Hey, hello everyone. We are live here and we have Thiago, we have No, we have Ali. So all of them are very experienced software engineers. So Thiago is working in Portugal. So he's an experienced Java developer. No is also working for an Irish company and he has many years of experience. He writes lots of articles as well. And we have Ali, who is a principal software engineer. So, and he has many years of experience as well, especially with Java. So everyone here are specialists in Java. So very grateful to have you here. So if you can talk a little bit, if you can give a hi to them, Thiago, can you say hi to the audience?
Yes, hello everyone. So, as Rafael said, I'm living here in Portugal, Lisbon. Actually, I get abroad. I'm from Brazil, and yeah, Rafael helped me a lot, but I can talk about that later.
Thank you so much. No?
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Noe. I'm a Java developer with plus 10 years experience working remotely for an Irish company. And I'm here to share my experience and tell you uh, how Rafael helped me in my career.
Awesome. Thank you so much. No? Ali?
Hi, everybody. I'm really happy to see you guys and really looking forward to put some lights in this meeting and share our experience and knowledge, and especially with Mr. Afros as well.
Awesome. Very happy to see you all here. So we have Ediel, who is also talking from Portugal. Nice. Hello, Ediel. So if everyone else can say hello and just say briefly if you work with Java or any other technology, that would be awesome because soon we're going to be starting the talk. And we have other speakers. So Tiago is going to give a talk. Ali is going to give a talk as well later. We have also Luciano Mamino. He's going to be giving a talk about how to be a senior developer, which I think is a very interesting subject for everyone. And we also have Gabriel. Gabriel will give a talk about NoSQL. So it's a very interesting tool for Java to deal with NoSQL databases. And all of them will be here. Okay, so we also have Elder Câmara from Brazil. Awesome. So if you can say where you're from and what technology do you work with, that would be great because we have here, yeah, we are almost on 5 minutes. I have to soon start presenting here. So, okay, so let's start then. I think we have enough time. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, hello everyone. So we're going to be talking about the 10 golden life lessons that will boost your career development, career success, sorry. So let's go then. So the lessons we're going to discuss. So we're going to be talking about why it's important to dream big and take responsibility, have a mentor, track your goals, deliberate practicing, take action. So there are a lot of very important points here to be discussed, and let's go through them. So the first one is to get clarity. So this is very important. And when I say to get clarity, it's also to have a dream, to dream big. So what would be great for you to accomplish in your life and your career? So you have to firstly reflect about yourself, right? Because what might be success to me might not be success for you. So the first thing you have to do is reflect about yourself. So how can you do that? You can walk in nature. That's a great way to acquire clarity, and that wisdom, that's ancient wisdom. Because if you see in history, many of the people who created really important things uh, for um, for the world, they used the same strategy. They were doing walking in nature. So that's a great way for you to also develop clarity so that you can achieve what really matters to you. Because, for example, my dream beforehand, my dream some years ago was to work as a software engineer in Europe, and I already achieved that. Now I have other dreams. So when you achieve one dream, you're gonna have another one, and that's totally fine. The other thing is to think, why not you, right? Because sometimes we feel guilty. We say, okay, but why why do I have it has to be me that will dream big. So instead, you have to think, why not you? Because if you dream big, you're gonna be able to create a lot of value, right? And when you're able to create a lot of value without harming anyone else, that's great. Everyone wins. So why not you? So instead of kind of blaming yourself and um, wondering that you can't achieve your dream, so think the opposite. Think about like, why not you? Because you're gonna just bring more value to the world. And be specific at your dreams. So, for example, my dream was very specific. I wanted to get a software development job in Ireland. So, what I planned was that I was going to have 4 months of English classes, and then after that, I would get my job here. And it was exactly what I planned. So, the more specific you are on your dreams, the more chances you have to accomplish them. The problem is that if you have several dreams, because then you don't do anything, right? Because it's so overwhelming, because you don't even know where to start. So the more specific you are in your dreams, the better. And if you write your dreams down, it's even more likely. I use a very interesting technique called the Big Five, which basically I write big 5 goals that I want to accomplish throughout the year. And then I keep myself focused on those big goals. And that helps me a lot to be uh, more more specific at my dreams, and I don't feel overwhelmed because it's even though they are big goals, they are not easy to accomplish. It's just 5, so that's much easier to accomplish. So this is also related to focus, because if you have too many plans, too many dreams, you end up not doing anything. You procrastinate. So, and that's why it's important to write down your dreams. And it has to be something that even makes you a bit scared, because if you have a dream that's it's easy enough and doesn't even make you scared, then it's not a dream, it's just a goal, right? So you can be ambitious, it's fine. So be as much ambitious as you can, so that you can really work to accomplish your dreams. Okay? So the second principle is about taking responsibility. And that's so important because I still see many people blaming external factors, and it's never their fault. It's unbelievable. And then what happens when people do that? They lose their power. They have zero power to change any situation in their lives. So whenever whenever something bad happens to you, it's always someone else's fault, right? And when something good happens to you, then okay, I'm responsible for that. And actually, it should be both. You should take responsibility for both, for the good and for the bad. I know this is hard. I know this is easier said than done. But I still see many people not taking responsibility. And when that happens, for example, when you are on your job and you say, hey man, oh, I never got promoted, and it's my boss's fault. He's very annoying. He just pisses me off every day. And Well, when you do that, guess what? You already lost the game. So it's lost. Why? Because if you're putting the blame on someone else, there's nothing you can do because you don't have any control over other people. You have to really ingrain that in your mind. You have zero control over other people. So if you blame your boss, that's it. You'll never get promoted because what's likely to happen is that you're going to stay there complaining. You're going to attract negative people around you, and you're going to just be, feeding each other with gossip, and that won't help you to grow. Instead, a much better approach would be to talk to your boss and say, "Hey, so I've been here some time, and I would like to work with you to improve my skills and hopefully to get a promotion." So you do a plan with your boss, with your manager, so that you can get to the next level. The problem is that if you're blaming your boss for your promotion, so do the opposite. Always take the responsibility, even you can go even to the extreme level of taking responsibility. For example, if you go out with your car and a car all of a sudden just hits your car, you have, you even though you didn't have the fault at this time, you were there, right? You were there. So in a way, you have to try to take responsibility even in those times, because I noticed this is a bit extreme, um, but it's important for you to have this mindset to always take the blame, because if you do that, I know it's hard, I know it's not easy, but if you take the blame in every situation in your life, I assure you that you're gonna have so much more power. Like, you're gonna have a lot more of control, because if you just blame others, you're powerless. So you have to remember that. And I see that all the time. I see that people complaining about things, and people complain about their boss, about the other people who harm them, and they are victims. They do a lot of drama, and they never they never grow, and they are always stuck in their lives, in their career, and that's ridiculous. Because if you are talking about someone else, you have zero power, right? So you have to always take responsibility. And okay, like, it's my fault, I'm gonna do something at least, because if the blame is from someone else, that's it, you won't do anything. So that's the key. That's the key to get your power back. Think always about something you can do. So in the situation of not having the promotion, what could you do? You could look for another job to get a better salary, or you could talk to your manager and try to make things work for you both. And that's a win-win, because you're gonna grow, your boss will be happier, you might get a promotion. So, and you can never do that if you don't take responsibility. If you don't take responsibility, you're gonna be crying like a baby. And I've seen that many times. People cry and then they don't take responsibility, and that's it. They don't do anything. So you have to be careful with that, and have to take responsibility and be solution oriented. If you go to your boss and talk about problems, so go there and talk about solutions. That's much better approach. So Ali, do you have something to say, to add on this point?
Yes. Yes. So as you mentioned, Mr. Rafa, it's absolutely right. But I would like to elaborate more on the first point, that is, don't blame external factors. As we are software engineers, that we always, happen to write others' code or participate in projects that already done or already in production. So once we see the structure of the code, ultimately, immediately we blame the people who write this code. This is rubbish. this is like bad code, bad quality. Why did you do this? Why this guy didn't this use this pattern or something like this? Always we complain or blame others. So instead, and you see the solution that they have done it, the external factor or the previous company or the programmer who wrote this piece of code, you observe that this piece of code is continuing, and nobody is eager to touch it or eager to refactor it. It's just we blame, or just we put the blame on others. For example, other scenarios we might think about this old technologies. For example, still we are in the projects that use like old technologies. For example, they still use struts, they still use something like this old technologies. So why didn't we like become initiatives and be solution oriented, as you mentioned, and study this well and with the structured way, and put the assessments, put the risks. If we put like if we study this deeply and write a complete document with the diagrams, with the solution provided to our manager, they will get shocked because we have spent good time on thinking about a solution that will bring value to the company, and we have this uh, advantages over this disadvantages. And believe me, your boss or your manager or your company will always put the fingers always to you, that you are the guy, you are the solution oriented, you are the proactive. So instead of uh, talk about others, they don't write good code, they don't write this. You, we should always proactively act and refactor this code, put some unit tests to this code, put something. Let's put something forward instead of thinking always that talking. We should, as you mentioned, that should be always solution oriented. Yes, exactly. This is what I want to comment on this.
Awesome. Thank you so much for adding that to it. Ali, let's
Thank you.
continue. Okay, have a mentor. So this was a game changer to me because there was so many things that I didn't know before having a mentor. And having worked with a mentor helped me a lot to expand my view and really have exponential growth. So, and the other point is very important to find a mentor who already got what you want. Let's make an example. Let's suppose you want to get fit, you want to get strong, and your personal trainer doesn't have the body you want. And what's most likely to happen? What's likely to happen is that you will have the same body of your personal trainer. So, and the same analogy can be applied for a mentor. So, if you have a mentor who didn't get what you want, it's likely that you won't get what you want either, because if the mentor is not doing the work, for example, let's go back to the um, example of the personal trainer. If the mentor is not doing the work himself or herself, he won't do the work as well. So that's very important. Your mentees, the mentees of a mentor will do the same thing as the mentor does. It doesn't matter if the mentor talks and talks and talks, it doesn't matter. So a mentor leads by example, right? So you never do anything if your mentor is not doing that thing. So you have to choose a mentor who already got what you want so that you can get to the next level. And the other great benefit, so once you did a very good choice for a mentor, then it's time to gain time. Because, for example, what I got in 2 or 3 years, I would probably have taken, I don't know, 10 or 15 years to get that level of success in my career. So without a mentor, you just, you go around, you go you don't know what you do, and don't know what you study. You don't know what you do on your career, and it's just you just waste so much time. And with a mentor, you have the guidance you need to get to where you want. So working with a mentor will make you gain a lot of time. And like as a mentor's market experience in already are where you want to be, their vision is, you know, they see things that we don't see. Many times when I was working with my mentor, he was seeing things that I would never see. So uh, that helped me a lot because then I could take actions in a specific way that boosted my career very quickly. And like I said, by working with a mentor, you grow exponentially because then you don't try to do everything. You don't try to embrace the world. You get very focused on one thing, on the things that matter, on the things that will take you to the next level. So that's the beauty of working with a mentor, because a mentor will help you on your guidance. So you're gonna be guided to get what you want in your career. So, Gabriel, do you want to talk a little bit about this point?
Yes. One question. The first, you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Oh, perfect. Uh, Guys, the important thing you have in a mentor is very, very good for your career because before I have a mentor, I was lost. Like I don't have a direction. I try making many things in one time, and I don't grow. Like, oh, I am feeling stuck. I don't have a grow in my career. And after I started programs mentoring, I have a big grow in my career. Like my mentor showed me the best road to my success. I can give you a lot examples here, but I think it's more cool. It's talking about salary. I haven't boosted my salary 3 times. Like to me, it's very amazing. And not only this, but I have a network of my mentor, and my mentor show great persons in the market, and it's very very cool because you have a great boost in your career. And if I don't enter the program mentoring of Rafael, probably I was stuck in my career today because I don't have a directions. Like I don't have a goal. The how can say um, strong
Direction.
goals to yes directions
Direction.
to my career. And in my opinion, you have if you have a mentor, it's a very very good.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Gabriel. Does anybody else want to talk about this point?
Yes, I want to add just some little bit about it. So the second point, I think this is maybe the main reason, or it's a really big thing that mentor can help you to gain time. I think time is our most valuable thing that we have. We cannot change the time. We cannot have more time. Everyone has 24 hours, but with a mentor, we can use our time in a better way. So yeah, this is a really huge thing in my opinion. Again, with the example that Rafael gave, if you want to have, for example, a better shape, you probably will try to find a personal trainer to have a better shape in a quickly way. If you don't do that, you probably can get the same results or kind of, but you take much more time. So yeah, I think this is very, very important. And again, Gabriel talking about another good point that is networking. Networking is not just a connection that you have in LinkedIn. It's someone that you can talk about, and having someone to talk about who got what you want, it's another thing.
Exactly. Yeah, because a mentor who already got what you want, he or she already knows the path. And the other thing, yeah, like you said, it's very well said. Yeah, you can work on yourself, but it's gonna take much longer. You're gonna make a lot of mistakes, and it's gonna be frustrating. So, with the help of a mentor, you just go, okay, that's the way, and you grow much, much, much faster.
Yeah, Mr. Raf, I can elaborate more also on this regarding the mentorship and mentor, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Ali. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we have a common saying here in the Arabic literature. It's called, "Whoever the book was his teacher, he will have more wrong than right." So this saying is emphasizing that it's not only having reading books only from your own, instead of having like someone will guide you and explain to you uh, the right books or the right, he will draw for you the right architecture or right direction. So this is just to uh, throw some lights that having a guider or a mentor or someone who will supervise your goals or your direction instead of doing it yourself. If you do it yourself, I think you'll have more 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 like defects or more issues than if someone already had taken this path. He will make a shortcut for you, and I think you will have uh, like better approach, or you will gain your success very quickly and very steadily and in a very structured way. Thank you, Mr. Raf.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ali. Anything else? No? Okay, so let's keep moving. Let's go to the next one. Hack your health. That's so important. So, why health is important? Because you might be the richest person in the graveyard, which is, is useless, right? So let's suppose you do a lot of work, you build your whole empire, and then you see that you're not healthy. So what's the point? There's no point. You can't enjoy anything that you built. So if you're working like crazy and losing your health, there's no value on that. There's zero value. Because if you can't enjoy anything that you weren't, what's the point? There is no point. So it's very important to be in a job that you enjoy, in a job that you have some, work-life balance. Um, it's okay. I'm not saying that it's not okay to do overtime. From time to time, it's okay. But if you are in a toxic environment where people disrespect each other and people stab each other in the back, that's a horrible environment to work. So you have to be always very aware, and you have to be always uh, looking if someone is going to attack you. So that's horrible environment. So it's very important to focus on your health, because that's that's the only way to be wealthy. If you only have money, that's not wealthy. If you don't have health, you have nothing, because you can't enjoy anything. And people who are ill, they would give everything to have one day to be healthy. So anyway, so how to be healthy then? Of course, that our mother said that to us so many times. So have a reasonable nutrition. So if you eat junky food more than 3 times a week, that's a red flag, because um, your health will be certainly harmed. So instead, you can have staple food like one very simple way to get your diet balanced is to have uh, fiber and protein. If you have those elements on your diet, you're gonna have a good, reasonable nutrition. So, and of course, like the staple food that won't get you, overweight is like rice, beans, salad, fruits, uh, like meat if you're not vegetarian. So chicken, steak. So those things are very unlikely to get you overweight. So if you feel hungry, eat those things. Don't need to eat junky food. If you eat too much junky food, uh, it's gonna harm your diet and your health. And everything we do consistently, we become that thing, right? So if we eat consistently junky food, we are on our way to become unhealthy. So, and that's a good point to remember, because if you're consistent in a good thing, you're gonna get good results. But if you're consistent in a bad thing, you're gonna have bad results. That works both ways. And it's not that difficult to do exercises at least 3 times a week. It's not at all. So find, if you're sedentary and if you don't do any exercises at all, try to start walking. 3 times a week, 30 minutes walking. That will make a good difference. And then you build up. And then you can do something else. You can do something you enjoy. You can do a dance. You can do a martial art. You can play sports. You can go to the gym. You can run. And one thing that I do a lot, I also walk. And while I'm walking, I'm also listening to an audiobook or something I'm interested in. So it's great. So while you are walking, you are also acquiring wisdom, which is great. So you're not only exercising your body, but you're exercising your mind. And it's very important to be actively always looking for more wisdom. And find some exercise you enjoy. I like football. There's a long time I don't play football, but I've been dancing a lot. So that's a good exercise to me. And you can find your exercise. You don't need to do dancing. You can do anything else. But the point is if you are sedentary right now, start small. Don't go from 0 to 1,000%. I've seen many people doing this mistake. They are not doing anything, and then they start going to the gym 7 times a week, and then they give up very, very quickly. I've seen this happening again and again, and that's not the way to build consistency. To build real consistency, realistic consistency, you start small. You don't go from 0 to 1,000% off in the sudden, because your chances to give up are very, very high. So yeah, health. This should be your top priority, because remember, even if you build your whole empire and you have no health, you can't enjoy anything. So I think Noah has something to add here. Noah, do you want to add something?
Yes, Rafael, I wanted to give my insight on this topic. Apart from nutrition, another very important thing is sleeping. Yes. You really need to rest, because if you don't rest, if you don't sleep 8 hours a day, you're gonna feel so much bad. You're not gonna to be able anything. You're gonna get up with bad humor. You're not gonna have the strength to do what you want to do. So that, for me, the 3 key points on health is sleeping, nutrition, and doing exercise. If you take care of those 3 things, you're going to be in a much better position to get what you want to do. Because without energy, without having our body feeling good, you're not going to be able to study. You're not going to be able to do anything at all, not even practice an exercise. So that's the thing I wanted to do. Yeah, and the other thing is, as Rafael mentioned, find some exercise that you like. Could be football. In my case, is cycling. And again, it doesn't have to be 2 or 3 hours, just a small amount of time, but repeatedly 3 or 4 times a week, it will make a difference in your life. So I would encourage everyone to really follow those rules, those advices.
Exactly. Yeah, that's actually a very important point. Sleeping so important. So important. Yeah, Evander is saying that bicycles are good exercise. Yeah, for sure. Vasily is saying that excellence then is not an act but a habit. Yes, exactly. Yes, consistency. Yes, that's a very good point. And sleeping is extremely important because if you don't sleep, you don't learn. Firstly, you don't learn anything because actually we learn things when we are sleeping. So, as a software engineer, you have to be constantly learning something. And if you're not sleeping well, you're not learning any of the concepts, you're not absorbing any of those concepts. So, it's extremely important to sleep well. How can you do that? How can you sleep better? By doing exercises, that helps a lot. And with a good diet, it also helps you a lot to sleep. For example, if you eat before sleeping, that will make your sleeping worse. Actually, it's much better to eat earlier. So if you can eat somewhere between 6 to 8 p.m., that's better because if you eat at 11 p.m., your sleep will be harmed because first you're going to take a long time to sleep and your body will be using a lot of energy to digest all of this food. And if you eat junky food before sleeping, that's the worst. That's asking to harm your health in the area of if you don't sleep, you get more stressed. You don't learn things. You become you won't be in a good mood, and also enhances the chances of having Alzheimer. So if you don't sleep well, your chances of developing dementia is much, much, much higher. So if you get those things together, a good diet, exercises, and if you don't eat, junky food before sleeping, that will improve your health a lot. And that will make you a much sharper software engineer because you're going to be able to learn so much faster. You're going to have so much more energy. When you sleep, you have a lot more energy, and you know that. When you don't sleep, you just feel like with very low energy. Okay, so does anybody want to add something?
Yeah, regarding Mr. Rafa, regarding the previous one, which is health, regarding your health and taking some exercises. I experienced this really when there is too much stress in the working days, and one of the things that will relieve this stress is going for a walk, like for a half an hour or 15 minutes or 20 minutes. This really will change your mood and will remove the stress from your mind. And sometimes if you I experience this myself personally. I experience when you have an issue or you're thinking about solution or a problem in your in your office, like your daily work. Sometimes it didn't trigger while you are working, so you need to shift, going for a walk, uh, like changing your way. Believe me that while walking, while doing some exercises, it will trigger that. Oh yeah, this solution might help. So that's a good way. It's a very nice way also for changing your mood and giving some uh, like how you hack your mind actually.
Yes. Thank you so much, Ali. So the next point is track your goals. So I use the time management tool called Pomodoro, and uh, the great benefit of using Pomodoro is that it's a timer. It's a timer of 25 minutes. But during these 25 minutes, you have full focus, which means that you don't look at your social media, you don't look at your cell phone, and these 25 minutes of full focus might even be more valuable than 3 hours of work without any focus. Because, if you're doing work but checking your email, checking your social media, so if you do fully focused work of 25 minutes, it might be much better than 3 hours of unfocused work. You can also use Trello to plan your week. That's also very important, because if you don't plan your week, it's more likely that you're gonna be procrastinating, and you're gonna also use a lot of energy, because you're gonna have to plan every day. So it's better to acquire the habit of plan out your whole week. So you can use Trello for that. You can use a whiteboard. So if you are more of a physical person, you can buy, those whiteboards on Amazon. They are cheap. I think you can find it for $10 or something. And then you can plan your whole week. You can just do that physically, So if you prefer that, you can do that. And then you're gonna be able to get your goals done more consistently. So that's awesome. So have focus. So I think we talked briefly about that. So why having focus so important? Because too many plans lead to no action. And I've seen again and again people creating very complicated plan, and then what happened is that they procrastinated forever to take action. So it's much better to have a simple goal, a simple objective, so that you can create realistic plans. Because too many plans, you get too confused, and too many plans also lead you to slow growth. So, for example, if you want to become a Java developer, but you are studying too many languages all of the sudden, then your growth will be slower. And this is even more important in the beginning of your career, because if you don't really know the paradigms of a programming language, and you are trying to learn other programming languages at the same time, you're going to have slow growth. You're going to know those programming languages in a generic level, but it won't help you too much to find your first job as a Java software developer. And Java is not an easy programming language to master, so it's better for you to focus. Okay, I'm gonna focus on Java, and or any other programming language you want to follow career, and then you get your first job, and then once you are experienced, then it's fine to learn other programming languages, and it's even a good idea to learn other programming languages. But if you try to do many things at the same time, you're asking to have slow growth, and learn only what you need. For example, nowadays, it's very difficult to know everything. It's almost impossible. I would even say that it's impossible, because there are so many things to know, so many problems, so many different challenges we have in our day-to-day jobs, that is simply impossible. Like with cloud computing, microservices, there's so much things to learn. So it's just impossible. So you have to use the just-in-time learning technique, because you're gonna have every day a different problem, a new problem, and once you have those problems, then you learn what to do. You study those things, and then you solve that problem specifically for what you need. And yeah, like I just said about just-in-time learning technique. And there's a special gift for you. So I'm gonna be offering to you a career conversation, and in the end of this event. And the benefits of this conversation is that it might change your career. It might be a game changer for you, because we're going to be talking about your next steps in your career, about getting clarity. So stay tuned for that conversation. So it's going to be a special gift. And the other point is to work smart and hard. So work only hard might be a waste. Let's suppose that you are learning a language that you never use in your life. Remember that knowledge is only potential power. Real power comes when you use this knowledge for something. So if you're not using this knowledge for anything, it's just a waste. So, and working only smart might be not enough as well. So let's suppose you are sending CVs to companies. Let's go to the work hard section in the scenario of sending CVs. Let's suppose you send 500 CVs to companies, but you have 0 results. Even though you are working hard, sending lots of CVs, you're having no results. You're just working hard. And let's suppose you only work smart, and then you create a super powerful CV specific for that company, and then you send one CV. But then for some reason that company decides to not hire anymore. And then you don't do interview on both cases. But if you join both, if you work smart and hard, then it's perfect. It doesn't mean that you're going to be working very, very hard. It's just you're just doing both. You're just working smart and hard. And in that scenario, it means that you're going to be creating a CV that's specific for those companies. And let's suppose that, okay, you're working smart and hard, and you create 20 CVs, like super amazing CVs. Your chances of success are much, much, much higher. So you're probably going to get at least, 1 to 2 interviews. At the very least, you might get even more. So if you work smart and hard, then it's a perfect combination. Optimize your time. So why this is important? It's because, things, we don't have much time nowadays. Sometimes we don't even have enough time for our family. So we have work, sometimes we have to commute. If you don't work remotely, there's a time to commute. And so it's hard to find time. So one thing that I do is that when I go to the gym or when I do any kind of exercises like walking, I listen to an audiobook. That's great because it's relaxing and you are always learning something new. And there's so much wisdom on those books that it's amazing. It's amazing. It's really great to be in an era that we can learn from those books through Audible. You can also listen to a podcast because a podcast is great for you to know, for example, what books to read, or you can learn something from someone you admire. So there are lots of good podcasts out there, and podcast is good because it's informative and it gives you some guidance. And you can also use your money to optimize your time. So, for example, a very simple example is when you need to cook, but you don't have enough time. Let's suppose you want to study or you want to complete some work, and then you have no time to cook yourself. And then you can just order food. It doesn't need to be junky food. You can order decent food as well. But that's a way to optimize your time. So you use your money, you order food, and then you can continue your work. Just be sure to not be doing that all the time. And be sure to eat decent food when you're ordering food. And okay, so discover the power of deliberate practicing. So what is this? If you notice, every top performer, they use the technique of deliberate practicing. This means that they really master their skills. For example, a pianist will play a scale again and again, so that they can really master those music scales. And actually, that's the only way to master technology. So if you read code consistently, you're gonna get much better. If you do that, imagine if you get the habit of reading code 15 minutes or 30 minutes a day. That will be a game changer for you. You're gonna be a much better software engineer. Or if you get in the habit of participating and contributing to an open source project, if you do that consistently, you're gonna be a much better software engineer. Or you can even start writing blog posts about technologies that will also make you a much better software engineer. You know, writing and sharing your knowledge is a great way to really master anything. And proficiency will never be achieved overnight. So it's extremely important to be consistent. For example, if you want to learn algorithms and all the data structures, you won't learn all of those concepts overnight. It will take some time. And you have to develop the habit of doing exercises and learning the concepts. So it will take some time. And consistent practicing is the key. So you have to be patient, because those skills are not easy to learn. It takes time until you really ingrain those skills. And the last step is to take action, because if you don't take action, none of the points that I talked here will make a difference. So be strategic on your objectives. So take the action that will take you closer to your objective. So if your objective is to become a senior software engineer, discover what it takes to become a senior software engineer. If your goal is to work abroad as a software engineer, well, at the very least, you have to learn the language from the country you're going, right? So to build a schedule where you are learning English, for example, I think that's a good step. And to be learning about technologies as well, that's essential for every software engineer. And sometimes you're going to have opportunities and challenges where you will have to do something that it's completely out of your comfort zone. For example, well, yeah, it was completely out of my comfort zone. So when I was giving talks, I had the big challenge of giving a talk at Oracle Code 1. And to be honest, I wasn't feeling prepared. But I took the challenge anyway. And even though I didn't feel fully prepared, I took the challenge, and I gave some talks beforehand, and I was getting prepared on the way. So that's a very powerful mindset to have, because you never feel fully prepared to do something that you never done before. So if you want to really do amazing things, you have to get in the habit of doing things, giving a talk, or doing anything that you feel that's very uncomfortable, even if you don't feel prepared for that. Because if you wait until you feel fully prepared, that's impossible. How are you going to feel prepared for something that you never done before? So I'm not saying that you shouldn't get prepared beforehand. So of course I gave many talks before that, but the thing is that your level of confidence won't be very high, and that's okay. Sometimes you have to take the challenge even though your confidence is not high for that challenge. That's okay, because you only become confident once you take the action and you do that thing. So that's a very important mindset to have. And it's far more risky to not take any risks. So if you are, for example, for 10 years in a job and you never took the risk of maybe getting a better job, and then one day your boss can tell you that they have to let you go, and then if you never looked for a job, it's very likely that you won't be prepared for the interviews because things change so quickly in the market. So taking risk is much safer than not taking any risks because you never know what might happen. So that's pretty much it. Um, does anybody have any insight about this point?
Yes, Rafael. The thing I wanted to point out is that, as you said before, you don't have to start trying to do everything at the first. It's better to grow gradually. That's something that worked for me. When I'm building my consistency, I'm not going to start, even if I wanted to, I'm not going to start learning or studying 3 or 4 hours a day, because I'm going to stop quickly. And in order to form a habit, what you really need is consistency for at least a month, right? So it's better to start small, do small pomodoros, 1 pomodoro, 25 minutes a day, build your habit. And once you have the habit, then now what happens to me is the opposite, that if I do not study one day, I kind of feel I feel bad, like, oh, so that's why. So it makes you have to get to the point where you need, it's like, I'm not going to say heroin or something like that, but it's like something that your body is now requesting from you. You have to get to that point where, oh, studying an hour a day or reading or whatever the activity you do to grow is second nature. It's like breathing, that's something that you do every day. I think if you reach that point, then it's going to be so much easier to have consistency, because you're not going to think about the consistency. You already have it inside of you.
Exactly. Yeah, you mentioned this example perfectly, Noah. Thanks so much. If we try to embrace the world all of the sudden, it's just asking to not be consistent. So, like Noah said, you have to start small. Start small, and then you build it up from there. Once you build the habits, then okay, I can go a little bit further. I can refine my habits. But if you try to go from 0 to 1000%, I've seen many people failing like that, and chances are very high. Like, I think 99% of the people who try to go from 0 to 1000%, they fail. So that's why it's important to start small and build it up. It's so important. I can give you even another example. So if you take massive action just one day, that won't make much of a difference. If I use an analogy of brushing your teeth, so what matters if you brush your teeth the whole day and use a lot of effort? It won't change anything. What changes is the consistency that you have brushing your teeth after your meals. So if you do that consistently, then it makes a difference. Otherwise, it doesn't make any difference. That's the same thing with the gym. That's the same thing for studying. That's the same thing to build wealth. The same thing for health. The same thing for everything. So, and I know that consistency is like mastering yourself, mastering your mind, because the things that you do that doesn't make you consistent are usually connected to your emotions. So I know this is very hard. It's mastering yourself, actually. You need to master yourself to be consistent. And when you reach to that point where you master yourself, then there's no limits. You can go like whenever, whatever you want, wherever you want. There's no limits for what you can achieve. If you master your mind, your discipline, that's it. And if you have clarity and clear goals, That's it. That's all. It takes a lot of work, of course, but it's worth it. Okay, so let's recap. So we talked about dreaming big. So it's important to dream big and to be ambitious. Of course, not to be greedy, because to be greedy is harming others, to take advantage of others. And that's not that won't make you successful. Take responsibility. Don't blame others. Blame yourself. Have a mentor. Choose someone who already got what you want. Hack your health, because if you don't do that, doesn't matter the empire you build, you want to be able to do anything with that. Have focus. If you try to do many things, you're going to have slow growth. So focus on one thing that is meaningful for your career. Track your goals, otherwise you won't see progress and you will get demotivated. Work smart and hard. So if you see that the strategy is not working for you, join both. Work smart and hard. Optimize your time. If you're walking, if you're running, listen to an audiobook or to a podcast, deliberate practicing. It's important to be deliberate on your practicing. So, for example, if you want to become a better software engineer, read code every day, or study the fundamentals, study networks, study algorithms, study system design. If you know those things, you're going to be well prepared for interviews, for example, and you're going to be more prepared to face different challenges, because there are so many technologies, so many things that we have to learn, that uh, the more fundamentals we know, the better software engineer we are. And take action, because if there's no action taken here, uh, it doesn't matter any of the points I said. So take a small action. If you, for example, don't do exercises, start walking. If you want to become a better software engineer, do deliberate practicing in fundamentals. Optimize your time. So take action, because that's what will make the difference for you. And stay tuned for more, because at the end of this event, I'm gonna give you a special gift. So it's gonna be a conversation between me and you, and we're gonna be talking about your career and how to get clarity, how to go to the next level, and then you can tell me what's your biggest career challenges, where you want to get, what are the things that are preventing you to go to the next level in your career. So, and I'm gonna make this conversation almost for free. So uh, you can just stay there until the end of this event, and I'm gonna offer this conversation for you, right? And we can talk. Okay, so that's all, guys. Thank you so much. I'm gonna stop sharing here. Thank you so much for all being here. Thiago, Ali, No, Gabriel. Uh, Thank you so much for being here. That's great that you had this awesome conversation and you could share your experiences with the audience. So that's all then. Do you want to uh, leave a message for the audience?
Yeah, thank you so much, guys, for this amazing gathering. And really, we had very good insights from these 10 points and these lessons. And really, we will try to act upon them. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, Rafael.
Awesome. Thanks, Ali. Anyone else want to say some things that you think is useful for the audience?
I'll just thank to everyone, and it's not easy to achieve all of them, but again, start small, and then you get there.
Exactly. Gabriel?
Yes, guys, my great tips for you is keep going. Like if you give in the first step, you can with this step you can realize your dream. Like don't lose your dreams and create your goals.
Awesome. Noah?
Yes, I would say that same as Gabriel, do not give up, um, and keep going, if you need help or something, find someone that can help you, because it's going to make so much difference, in your life. It's okay to, we all have felt lost at some point, you know, and it is good to just find someone that can guide you, I can give you advice and can put you in the right track to achieve what you want. That's what I would say.
Exactly. Okay, so that's all. Thank you very much. And now we're gonna have the talk from Igor. Okay? So see you then,
Okay.
everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye
See
bye.
ya.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hey, hello, Igor.
Hey,
Yes, I
how's it
can hear
going?
you. Very good to see you. Very good
Thank
to
you for
see you.
having
So
me.
what?
Thank you for inviting me.
Oh, no, it's my pleasure to have you here. Do you want to talk a little bit about your talk?
Yeah, can I share my screen? Can you share? So the talk will be about career as well. And anyway, I the plan is to give a little bit of fun. So hopefully,
Okay,
at the end of the talk, you guys are going to be able to add fun in your career path
awesome.
somehow.
So, yeah, I'm gonna give a brief introduction about Igor. So, Igor is a highly experienced software engineer. Now he's a data engineer. More specifically, he's more focused on Kafka, and he does a lot of work as well with Raspberry Pi. And yeah, he's been sharing his knowledge for some time already as well, and he's more focused on Java. So uh, that's pretty much it. And he's also a leader from an IT group here in Dublin. Okay, so that's all. Thank you so much for being here, Igor, and the show is yours.
Thank you. So yeah, thank you, Rafael, for the opportunity for invite. My name is Igor de Souza. I'm currently a software engineer in the data engineering team. My background is Java. It's 1 year and a half or almost 2 years that I work with Kotlin. And as Rafael said, I organize the IT group that has over 13,000 members and the last almost 11 years. And it's more or less what I learn and I get and I collect from this group that I want to talk today. At IGFA Souza, you can find me all social networks. So please follow me there. Uh, So I came with a fancy title when the career path and the fun overlap. So it's kind of a self-help talk, motivation talk. Hopefully, on the end, you guys are going to be able to understand how to add fun in your career and have fun, and perhaps fun in your life. I will talk about some concepts. So how to overcome your fears, like don't put barrier for yourself, the importance of communications, writing, reading, and creativity. Uh, I will talk about what to do after the seniority, like how from senior go to staff plus. A little bit of CV, interview, salary negotiation, and a little bit of working abroad. So lots of topics. So I will try to give some insights on each one of those. And just a disclaimer here, I know a lot of people that watch and did the mentoring with Rafael, and I might end up saying things that is completely the opposite what he said. So I'm not here for saying I'm right, he's wrong, or vice versa. It's just different opinions. There is no silver bullet, so there is no right or wrong. Open your mind and get whatever makes sense for you. So the first thing is overcome your fear. So here is two pictures of me playing with skating, inline skates. So overcome your fear. So you need to unblock yourself, like uh, imposter syndrome. So everybody has afraid of doing, afraid that I don't know the things. Like, believe me, everybody has the same fear of if I have a task, if I delay to deliver a task, I have the fear that, oh my God, they are going to fire me, the company is going to fire me. So everyone has the same fears, everybody has the same fear. So unlock yourself. You need to fight with this, you need to win over yourself. Don't put barriers of yourself. It's really common. People say, oh, my English is not good, or my Java is not the best one, or I don't know too much about Spring or Kubernetes or whatever. So never ever put barriers for yourself. Never ever say bad things about yourself. Don't compare yourself with the others. You're not going to be the best ever. It's always going to be someone better than you. So, the other guy in my team delivered more tasks, more story points. He's faster, he delivered better, so I'm not going to be promotion. Don't do it that. Compare yourself with yourself yesterday. I'm better than myself yesterday. Yes, so then it's good. I'm not. So what I can do for be better than myself, what was yesterday? So unblock yourself. Don't put barriers for yourself. And one of the main techniques or things that you can use in your life is communication. Here I put pictures of me doing some talks in an old company and an event in a park where I was talking with kids how to do robots in small cars and cardboard. So communication is about confidence. Even when you talk about different links, for example, I'm not an English speaker and I'm able to speak in English. You need to be confident. Confident. You're never going to be 100%. You are going to say wrong things. You're going to make wrong prepositions or wrong assessments, but doesn't matter. It's about be confident. Make yourself to be understood or to be understand. Don't judge yourself. Never ever say, oh, sorry, my English is not. Don't do it. That make yourself be understood. And one scenario, for example, works with me a long time ago. I was talking about gin, and then the guy was like, gin. I don't drink. I prefer a beer, but man, I was talking about gym, the place that you go for exercise. And I was gym, and the guy doesn't understood. But of course, as I said, I'm not native English speaker, and the words are similar. There's loads of scenarios. So make yourself understand. You don't know the word, but you explain. Do you know that place that people go for doing exercise, for create muscles, for be strong, for take pictures of mirror, for doing Instagrams? Okay, the gym. Yes, was exactly the same thing that I said, but perhaps my pronunciation was not the best. So make yourself to be understood, and then confidence, and you're going to achieve your goals. So the now that we are kind of a post-pandemic or middle of the pandemic, everybody starts to work in remote, and then one of the main points of the communication is writing. Writing is a craft, so you need practice. So write without fear. Write even if no one is reading, just write. And a good way to do it, as I said, is a craft, is practicing. Rafael said about the Pomodoro technique, so you can do it, Pomodoro, dividing in few slots, like do one in the morning, one after lunch, and one afternoon, 25 minutes, half an hour, 20 minutes, doesn't matter, just do it, keep consistent. And it's craft, so you need practice and practice and practice. It's better doing every day small pieces than trying to in one day or that Saturday or Sunday or on the weekend do 80 hours writing a row. Dividing a small piece and keep doing, and then add some focus. So here is a picture of me. I like to play with hardware. I focus on Java, and I do data with Kafka analysis and things. So I usually to play hockey. So why not? I can build a kind of a hockey board that I can press in my stick handle, and the same way I can show a project that's fun, that's people can join, create a game at the top. So I create a niche because now it's not only Java, it's Java and hardware or Java and Kafka or combination of the three ones. So find or add your focus. When you say, my focus is just Java, Java is too broad. Java is huge. There is loads of things that you can talk about. Java could be frameworks, could be data structure, could be new functionalities, could be JEP. So it's too broad. So you end up not covering everything, and you don't have your focus. And when you put your focus now is not only Java, it's Java and hardware. So the group is small. It's more difficult to find people, but the group is small. So when people search by Java and Raspberry Pi, for example, because the group is small, you have more relevance. So you are part of a small group, so your relevance increase. So add your focus and try to find what you like. I like hockey, I like hardware, I like Java, I like Kafka, and so add your focus and focus on that thing. And then, of course, the idea is add your fun. So I can just create an example that retrieve data from sensors. But here, I retrieve data from the same sensor. It's the same code, basically. But it's a game. So the car runs and giving position of the track, velocity, position, and things like that. So I'm doing the same simple demo that is just retrieve data from the sensor, but I add my fun. I add my scenario on the top. So here I can talk about the car, I can play against each other, I play against kids, I can create a machine learning that try to calculate the best way to drive the car, create the best lap, track the time, and so on and so on. So I kind of add my fun. And because it's fun and I enjoy it, so when I talk about the project, I enjoy talking, I enjoy what I did, I enjoy playing with. And when I talk about it, people say this as a passion. So people say, look, that guy is really passionate about what they're doing. But in fact, it's fun for me. It's something that I like it to do. I don't do it because the others ask it. I don't do it because I have it to do it. I do it because I like it. And then is the when you add fun in your career, you're doing something because you have fun, because you like it to do it. Another way to add fun is like I'm going to write a blog. I can do some jokes on blogs. I can talk about small things. For example, uh, Just League, Batman and Wonder Woman, they need help. They are arguing about the micro profile versus Jakarta. Batman wants to go for NoSQL. NoSQL Jakarta specification. Wonder Woman wants to use the Micronaut data. So you put some kind of fun on the top of a article or a blog, and then when people read it, there is kind of a nice introduction or a kind of a scenario around. Oh, nice! They talk about Just League, about Batman versus Wonder Woman. Actually, Rafael do this on Code Challenge a lot, like loads of challenges. He used like Simpsons or Star Wars or Star Trek. Actually, we did a talk together about Star Trek. So add your fun, make the things more readable or make the things more like catchy. And then share. Share is caring. Share everything. There is a nice technique that works really well with old colleagues. So let's say you move company and you kind of lose contact with the old colleagues, but you know you had a boss or a old colleague that likes Kafka. So every time that you see something nice about Kafka, share with him, like private, share with him on LinkedIn, share with him a direct message, whatever, WhatsApp, whatever you want. For you, it's like I share the content. I lost 30 seconds of my life copying the URL and passing the URL for someone on my WhatsApp and press send. I lost maybe 10 seconds of my life doing. But for the other person, it's like, what the heck? I receive a message from my old colleague. The guy remembers me. He sends something that makes sense for me. It's about Kafka that we usually work with Kafka, or it's about Kafka that he knows that I like it. And then this gives you kind of a trust, gave you a visibility, gives you a sense of you care about the others. Share and you can share everywhere, right? You can share social media, you can share in events, you can meetups, you can do talks, you can do everything. So share, share, and share. And then there is a famous book, Show Your Work. So the idea is share everything and share small things every day. And the idea of sharing small things is people care about what you're doing. Share your errors, share what you're trying, share everything, because people like not the end result, like they want to see your journey. So if you share and show your journey, this is what people like. And again, once you're doing for fun, people will see as you are a passion. So don't do it because you needed to do it. Don't do it because someone said for you to do it. Do it something you like it. And then more important, show your fun, show your power, show what you're doing, why, what you're doing. The second point that is really important is reading. Again, reading it is a craft. So you need practice. You can do the same technique as writing, divide in small tasks, do Pomodoro, do one in the morning, do one after lunch, do one afternoon. It's better doing 3 times a day than doing all the weekend, 80 hours in a head in a row. So we split the things. It's about like you press your mental muscles. So do it is slow. Again, don't start like crazy, go slow. But reading, you can read blog posts, you can read Medium, Score, you can find, after you find your focus, go ahead and try to find people that is like you. I like Raspberry Pi and Java. So the group is small, maybe it's more difficult to find people. But over time, if you patience and if you search, you're going to find people that likes Java and Raspberry Pi. Find them, talk with them, go on the meetups, go on Slack, go on hackathons, go in events, do talks, promote, talk with people, do connections. On the end, life is moving by connections, right? So force your reading and keep consistent. And then there is the second book, by coincidence, is the same author. He's still like artists. So if you see one idea, for example, I see a blog post that the guy was talking about how to change the font size. And then I see a second blog post that is how to change the font color. So why not I can create the article that says how to change the color and the font size in the same time. So in theory, I'm doing whatever the other's doing, but I combining the ideas. So kind of I steal the idea in a nice way. And again, here I can add my fun on the top. Why my article is different. Everything already exists, right? So you're not going to be able to write about anything because everything already exists. So put your fun on the top. Put your passions. People will see as a passion, but put your fun. Do it because you like it. So you combine two ideas. Every blog post that I saw on the internet, I thinking about, can I do it the same way, but on the top of Raspberry Pi? Can I do it the same way and add Java? Or can I do it with Kafka, even if it doesn't make sense? Or can I combine the three ones and do it everything together? So always look for ideas, look whatever the others are doing, combine them and do your version. And then here is a picture of my background on my website. Creativity is a craft as well. So press your creativity. To increase your creativity is a combination of reading and find the people. So go ahead on Twitter, Mastodon, Discord, email groups or email forums. Find the people that likes whatever you likes. The people has similar focus as you. As I said, my focus is Java, Raspberry Pi, and Kafka. So sometimes I found people that like Java and Kafka. Sometimes I found people that like Java and Raspberry Pi. Sometimes I find people that's just Java or it's just Kafka, or just Raspberry Pi. So a combination of those. Find these people, talk with them, follow them, engage with them. Creativity spreads it. Read the blogs. Once you start reading every day, you're going to find more opportunities, find more ideas, combine, then explore your creativity. Again, put your fun on top. Put your fun makes that thing like I'm doing because I like it. I'm not doing because I saw. I'm not doing because someone asked it. And then here is another picture of me doing kind of a LED display. So I can do kind of we usually joke, right? When you play with hardware, the hello word on the hardware is blinking a LED. It's kind of the hello word in the hardware part, right? So I can do several examples where I turn on, turn off, I blink, I shadow, or I purge a LED. But why not I put my fun on top? My fun, if I discover that there is a small magnifying glass from Lego, that if I put it behind the LCD, create some kind of projections. So can I project the face of the Lego toy? Can I project and build a ghost in a cardboard or a toy in a cardboard? You see the picture is a little bit dark because with the lights, the picture doesn't get too much. So the same idea. On the end, my code is the same one. I just turn on, turn out a LED, or I just blink a LED. But I put my fun. So now I have a history around. Look, I can show this for kids. I can show this for anyone. Say, look, and everybody looks, no, really nice. You put Lego, you have hardware, you nice, nice, nice. And they see as, man, that guy has a really good passion. He likes what he's doing. So this is about do it because you like it. Put your fun and people will see as a passion. And then you think like, okay, I already a senior. I don't know what to do with my life. I try to learn a second language, doesn't work. I try to follow uh, uh, maps, guide maps, or read books. I'm not progressing. I'm not progressing. So to progress for going from senior to staff plus, and I work it. I will talk about this in a few slides, but I work in a big cloud company as a principal staff for 3 years ish, and I left the company for another company where I'm just senior developer. So don't think about the seniority level, but try to. The idea here is focus to grow, right? Focus on the basic. And when I say the basic, for example, I already learned Java, right? I can start learning Python or JavaScript or whatever, any other language. But it's going to give me a benefit, but not too much. The way to give a good benefit is if I focus in another paradigm. For example, I learned Java that is object oriented. But if I learn any other language that is force me to learn procedural style or paradigm, or if I learn any other language that is going to force me to learn the functional style, or if I try to learn data-oriented programming, that learning is going to give me a big growth. It's going to open my mind. So try to learn the basics. Try to learn something that is different than what you're doing. As I said, as a Java developer, learning Python not going to give me too much knowledge, not going to open my mind, not going to make things different. So focus on the small things, the basic, learning the basic straight data structure, learning about the techniques, and then compare with whatever you learn in the new language with the other language. For example, Java is releasing virtual threads. Virtual threads is basically coroutines. There is implementation of coroutines in another languages. Compare them. As I said, there is almost 2 years that I work as a Kotlin. And when I start to work as a Kotlin, my mind just opened a lot. I usually to work with Scala a long time ago, 5 to 6, 7 years ago, and I learned a lot. So then you compare patching method in that language, how I implement anonymous classes on anonymous variables or anonymous methods, how I pass a function as a parameter for another function, why I have this in Scala, why I don't have this in Java, and then you learn, then you grow. That's when you grow. Don't bother follow roadmaps. Like roadmaps are good for series the topics, but follow step by step, trying to learn everything, not going to give you a big growth, not going to grow in your life. And again, focus of what makes sense for you. No one is able to learn everything, so don't try to learn everything. Focus on whatever is makes sense for you. It's the same about books. If you start reading a book, you don't need to read cover to cover. The book has an index, right? So go in the index, the table of contents, find whatever makes sense for you. Just go in that thing. So expose yourself. More you expose yourself, more chances you have to grow. As I said, life is about connections, right? So join the community, join the email groups, join the Slack, the Telegram, Discord, go in meetups, go in events, hackathons, share your knowledge, share about whatever, right? They want your journey. Share whatever you're studying, share your errors, share your goals, put your fun on the top, show your fun, share your fun, talks and everything. And then once you start to uh, apply, here is a picture of CV, it's just illustration. Don't bother about whatever is on the CV. But talking about CV, right? The idea of CV is some countries we have this in mind. The CV should be small, only 1, 2 page. Some countries they say the opposite. No, CV should be 6, 7. If you have 10 years experience, the CV should have at least 7. So there is no right and wrong. It's subject. If you ask 10 people, they are going to give you 10 different answers. But thinking about less mean more. Thinking about doing whatever makes sense, right? So there is a STAR technique: situation, text, activity, and result. I'm not going to explain. You can Google about STAR technique. You're going to find it's very useful for interviews, CVs, and so on. But put a small description of what you do, what you did right in the previous company, what technology you use, and try to use the STAR technique. Gave you a situation, gave you the activities that you achieve, gave some results. I was playing with Kafka. In previous company, I was playing with Kafka. They had my last project was like they was having problem with the load balancing when we start and remove nodes. So I implemented the static assigned nodes, and then this improved the quality of the code and improved the number of rebalances. So they save money, they save cloud storage, and so on. Put numbers, put facts. So that's what they want to do. And be careful when you try to grow abroad. Sometimes you work in a huge company in your country. For example, I usually to work in a bank in Brazil, and that bank. And when I moved to Ireland, people doesn't know about that bank, right? My CV was like he worked in a bank, but they don't know. But that bank was one of the biggest one, and the amount of volume of data they do in transaction there is 10 times the size of the country that I moved on. So put in your CV when you work abroad, when you try abroad, explanation of that company is a bank, but that company is the biggest one. The amount of transaction is bigger than the country that you're on. So once you try to apply abroad, put kind of a small explanation of whatever it was the company, because they don't know. And again, when talk about CV, less means more. There is a book, famous book, The Peter Principle. This book is from 69, I guess, 70 or whatever. Peter Principle is about the laws of the company, but there is one nice statement of the book that is the concept of seniority is local. And what this means, seniority local means in the company A, seniority is going to be one thing, and the company B, seniority is going to be another thing. So that means that a senior guy in the company A could be completely different of a senior guy in the company B. So don't block yourself. Don't put blocks, abstract your fear, and don't put blocks in yourself. So if I have 2 years experience and I'm going to send a CV, doesn't matter if the title of the job says senior staff plus 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 or master principal, master other, doesn't matter. It's not me who is going to judge. The company should judge me. So I'm not supposed to be afraid to send my CV there. Again, the fear of I'm not going to deliver a task or I'm delayed to delete a task and going to be fired. This happened to everyone. So it's going to happen with you, even if you find the junior's position. So once you unblock yourself and you send your CV, even if it's that position that you don't think it's comfortable, the worst scenario, the person who is judging is not going to call you. And that is okay. You don't lose anything. But if the person call you, that means that he's okay with you. So don't go in the interview and say, I know the position is for senior, but I'm junior. So don't do it that. Don't say anything. Go confident. They already invite me for an interview. So they know what I'm capable of. They know that I perhaps don't know half of the things that's in the job description. But that's okay. So unblock yourself. Seniority is local. And again, if you are junior in one place, you can be master universe in another place. And people's learn in different velocity and different forms, right? People learn more in reading, people learn more writing, people learn more about listen. So if you put two persons and write in the same project, in the same company, in the same team, after 6 months, they are going to grow in different levels. So don't unblock yourself. Don't block yourself. Don't forget about seniority. Best way to send the CV is force or brute, right? You send CV everywhere and you don't care about that thing. If they get in touch, if they call you, it's because you're already there. So don't say it. I'm not confident. I know the position senior. I don't feel as a senior. Don't say that. And then all job inspection are going to put a list of technology, right? They are going to, as the picture, they want someone with 5 years experience, Olympic gold medals, and super power. So don't bother about the all the technologies. No one is going to know all the technologies that's going to be on the job spec. And nowadays, more in common, at least here in Europe, they are adding all the technologies that the company uses. So They put in the JavaScript as a front end. They put the technologies that they use in back end. They put the technologies that the data engineer or the data science use. So no one is the DevOps use or the SRE team. So no one is going to know everything. So you're going to look at the job and ask it React as a JavaScript or CSS designer, ask Java as a backend, ask functional style, ask Scala, Spark, and ask database, and ask Terraform. You're going to say, fuck, I don't know half of that. So don't worry about that, right? If the position is for backend or this position is for front end, and you work as a backend or you work as a front end, you're able to apply. As I said, don't put the barrier for yourself. You not judge yourself. Who needs to judge you is the company. They are going to judge you, and if they call you or get in touch, it's done. So this is a picture of one of my teachers. So I'm a software engineer. What's your superpower? So on the interview is basically three parts, right? First is the code challenge, then is the system design, and then is the cultural fit. Of course, some companies doesn't do one of these three, doesn't do a little bit different, but majority of the companies, if you think of the famous one, the FANG and the bigger ones, they do this. The code challenge, there is no mystery. You learn, right? The idea is learn the basics. You need to know the data structure. You need to know how to use big O notation, memorization, BFS, DFS, breadth first search, deep first search. Learn all the techniques and be aware that majority of the coding challenge, they don't want the answer. If you go there and answer doesn't talk with the person, normally it's a call, right? Everybody's remote nowadays. They do a call with you. If you answer the code challenge in 10 minutes and doesn't say anything, you're going to fail. Again, they don't want the answer. They want to talk with you. They want to understand how you think, how is your approach for getting the answer. Majority of the times, they gave it the enunciation, the instructions, it's missing some points. For example, what's going to happen if the value is bigger than 0? They gave the instruction for calculate something, the value is bigger than 0, but they don't say what is expected when the 0 is less than. So you need to ask it. So they want you to read the thing, understand, and fill the gaps, right? They want you to ask for filling the gaps. Don't start to put your head down and start coding. Talk with. And sometimes when the person realizes that you're able to answer, he starts to talk different things. For example, I'm Brazilian. Hey, are you Brazilian? I've been in Brazil end of 90s. I'm in Brazil early 20s. So they start to talking with different things outside of the code challenge, on the middle of you're doing, because they want to see how is your reaction. You get angry, you get nervous. Are you able to continue with the code and sometime continues the conversation with him? And again, the guy wants to get a sense about you. Are you nice? Do you listen? Do you follow the lead? So the idea is less means more, right? Listen more and speak less. But again, you need to show your line of way of thinking. So don't care about the answer, right? The second part is the system design. The system design, normally they gave you a broad question, right? For example, calculate the number of words in a file. They are going to give you a scenario like, imagine you have infinite resources, you have all the compute power of the world, you have infinite disk space, you have the best broadband, you don't care about troubleshoot or throughput. And so they gave you a broad example. And then once you answer, the idea on the system design normally is a whiteboard or you draw remote, right? And once you answer, then they start to narrow down. And then here there is a trick part. If you know the technology, for example, I know Kafka, right? So if I'm going to do a microservice, I can say, now let's use Kafka here for doing this because I know. And normally they see that and you say Kafka, tell me more about Kafka. So whatever you say, they use it against you, right? Let's put a Spark. You know Spark, let's talk about Spark. So the technique here is when you don't know the technology, try to avoid. So instead of saying Kafka, you say, here we can put a stream service or a message queue or something like that, right? So you didn't say the name of the technology. So when you say here is stream process, could be anything. And they are going to ask, perhaps they're going to ask, do you know any one of that? Let's put a MySQL here. I don't know too much about MySQL, or if you know, you can say, let's put a MongoDB here. So be aware of the technology they are going to use against you. And then the last part is the cultural fit. The cultural fit is your part to engage. So learn about the company, learn what they do, and engage with the person. That is, show your fun. That's the part, show your fun. And they are going to see you as a passion. Of course, you need to be nice, smile, hear more than talk, right? Listen more than talk. Never ever puts barrier yourself. Don't ask, sorry, my English is not right. Sorry, the position is senior. I feel as a junior. Don't say those things. Never put barriers. They are going to judge you, and not you're not supposed to judge yourself. Don't say anything against you. Again, less you say means more. And then, of course, when you talk about interviews, those are the famous books. The Design Data Intensive on the right was Mark Clapton. This was best-selling in 2018. The book is in 2007. Was something just for data guys, streaming guys, but nowadays this book is a must. All jobs interviews are going to ask about the content of this book. And then on the left side, the Microsoft partners, again, everything today is microservices, even if they don't use it, right? Don't get me wrong. Sometimes the company doesn't use half of the things they are going to ask, but they are going to ask it. Microservices and streaming. We are 10 years ago was big data, right? Now is the velocity, times on fly. So data stream and database stream. They are going to ask those. And then there is those famous system design interviews, volume 1 and 2, Alex Shu. Those are the books. If you got the books, and you're going to be able to be doing the system design part. And then you achieve the salary negotiation, right? And then on the salary negotiation, it's really simple technique. Search. You have LinkedIn, you have Glassdoor, you have Google, right? You have loads of technologies, loads of websites. Search, and you're going to find the estimation or a kind of range of the salary. So let's say I'm looking for backend Java, a software engineer. Search, you're going to find the values there. I'm applying for a company A that doesn't give any range on description, but I found the company B that it's the position is similar and the salary, let's say, is 7K. So once I apply for company 1 and they ask it, go high, say 7.5, and they are going to say, or be honest, like, I saw a different company where they are showing a different similar opportunity, and the value was 7, so I believe I'm able to ask 7.5. Be honest, like, I don't know, that's what I'm asking. They are not going to say, no. They are going to talk with you, and they're going to say, look, this is too much for us. We are on that range. Or they're going to say, okay, and so on. So never, ever put the value low. And think about, if it appears with the last iPhone here, the phone is, I don't know, 3,000 euros, a new one, and I try to sell you for $200. Of course, you're going to think like, oh, what the heck? This is something wrong. The phone is broke. The phone is a fake. It's false. So it's the same. If you have 5 years experience and you ask like really low salary, they are going to see you as a fake. They are going to like, well, there's something wrong with this guy. And again, never ever don't say the value. If you don't say the value, the person will think you as a weak or you as a silly. Put yourself as a shoes of the entrepreneur, of the owner of the company. You always want to hire the best one with the low price ever. So if the candidate doesn't say how he wants, of course you're going to offer the low, because you look, this silly guy, he doesn't know how he wants. Let's offer him the minimal. So never go for a salary negotiation or interview without saying a value. Just say higher and say more than whatever you see. I saw another company that was 7.0. I'm asked 7.5. It's more than what I saw. And show this for them. Then you prove that you're not silly, you're not anyone, and you know about the market. In the worst scenario, they are going to say, okay, this is like the maximum that we can achieve, or this is our range. Other thing is talk with people. I know in Brazil, when you ask salary, it's kind of controversial and it's kind of too personal. People don't talk, but in Europe, it's normal. And people, when they ask about salary, they don't ask about a specific value. It's about range, right? So say, how much you earn, and people say, between 50 and 60. So it's a range. But talk with people, search online, find. If you find only one, use that one, and think yourself, if you like it, the value, put a 5% extra, 10% extra, and go in that value. And then there is a small technique here. Once you got the offer, like in the better scenario, like in the better, you're going to apply CV in different companies. You're going to do 2 or 3 or 4 interviews at the same time. Hopefully, you're going to receive more than one offer, right? But doesn't matter. In our process, they're going to ask you if you're doing interview with other companies. Always answer yes, even if you're not doing. This is going to give you time for give the answer on the end, because you say, look, I'm waiting other companies. This is going to relieve you from the pressure, and this is gave you the opportunity to negotiate salary. So let's say I saw another company 7.0, I asked 7.5, I did all the process, they liked it, they offered me 7.5. Once I got the 7.5 offer, I said, okay, I'm going to think it about, I get in touch. Even if I'm not doing interview in any other company, even if I don't have any other offer, I'm going to get in touch and say, look, I really like it, or by mail, right? I really like it, but I want to know if we can negotiate this value, because I was doing interview in other companies, or I have other offers, and I was wondering if you guys want to pay 80. I really like it. So always when you got the offer, try to add at least 5 to 10% extra. So if you get 7.5, you can go for 82 and a half or whatever, right? If let's say they offer me 80, try to go 88. Can you pay 86, 87, or 88 or 85? Try to put more. And believe me, once they gave you the offer and they hear you saying that you have an offer from another company, they are going to see you as a perfect candidate, because look, this guy passed in another place, so he is really good. So we really want one, because we already spent time doing the interview. We already like him. We already know him. But he's good because other companies offer. So they will say yes, majority of the time. And believe me, no one never ever remove kind of a offer. In the worst scenario, they say, look, I cannot put this value, 7.5 is the maximum, and so on. So then you negotiation thing. So thinking about that, right? And then the last part here is the first picture that I took when I was 1 month working in Dublin. I'm from Brazil, right? So working abroad. So when you're going to work abroad, the main thing that you need to learn is about visa. Learn how the visa process works on that country. Learn English, right? Doesn't matter if you're going for a country that is not English speaking. English is going to be the lingua franca. So you need to learn English. You need to know, learn and know English. Use the communication. Be confident, and you need to learn about the visa. Majority of the companies doesn't know how the visa process works. So you need to know, and you need to tell them, you need to teach them, you need to show that the process is easy, it's possible, it's whatever. So learn about the visa. And when you go in an interview, the guys, do you have visa? No, but I know how to apply. I know the process. Go on this website, right? Works for me. Like, your English is better than me, so go on this website and read the instruction. You're going to understand better than me. So know the details, know about the visa. This is give you kind of a good step ahead of the others, because if in the interview the guy asking your visa and you don't know the answer, you say, I don't know, they're going to say no, because they don't want to bother the troubleshoot of trying to find out how I'm going to deal with this guy that doesn't have visa. There is loads of other guys, local guys, that I can hire straight away. And then the other things is the time, right? When you hire someone, you need to wait 30 days for the period that he needs finish with the other company, sometimes even more, right? The notes. And then depends of the time of the visa that you have and the country, you can start on the next day. So I don't have the visa, I can start working next day, half time or part time, until you fix in my visa. But I can start tomorrow. If you hire anyone in the market, you're going to need that wait at least 1 month for the notes, and show them, and then use the brutal force. Forget the theory and block yourself. send CV everywhere, and you're going to have the opportunity. So the takeaway here, right? Communication is the key. Actually, unblock yourself, lose your fear, don't put barriers for yourself. Communication is key. Write, read, and creativity is craft. So practice, practice, practice. Share your knowledge, share your fails, share everything, share every day, small things. Remember, it's about the journey. Show your fun, right? Put your fun, do it because you like it, because you happy, because it's something that makes sense for you. I like it. I like hardware and hockey, so I build something for play hockey. I like reading data from a sensor, but instead of reading a temperature sensor, I read from a game that I create a game on the top. So show your fun. People will see this as a passion. Open your mind, learn other paradigms, other languages, more paradigms you learn, more basic stuff you learn. Compare between them, more you're going to grow. Expose yourself, more events, send more CVs, share technology, create content, go in events, go in meetups, hackathons, join Discord. It's like as more you expose, more you're going to grow, more your connection is going to do. Remember, life is about connections. In interview, less mean more. In CV, less mean more. In interview, less mean more. Listen more than talk. On the code challenge, don't bother about the answer. Listen what the guy is saying. Listen the enunciation. Fill the gaps. Ask the questions. Show your line of thinking. That's the main point. On the system thing, always going to be a broad question, and then be careful with the words that you're using. If you know about stream technologies, you can say Kafka. If you don't know about streaming technologies, say message streaming, say something broad. If you know about MongoDB, say MongoDB. Or if you don't know about MongoDB, say MySQL. And add your focus and use your niche, right? It's not about Java. Java is too broad. It's Java and Kafka, or Java and Raspberry Pi, Java and hardware. More niche you go, more relevant you are going to be, more sense your more value you're going to bring for the community, more value the community is going to bring for you. And again, don't blog just because you saw my talk, just because you want visibility. Blog because you like it. Read because you like it. Write because you like it. Do the things with your fun, as bring fun for your career path, bring fun for your life. So on the end, you need to have fun, right? Your career path should be fun. So I have the privilege to say that I work with what I like. I have fun doing it. So it's nice and I'm happy. So I hope you make able to get some points, apply this in your life, and have your fun. So thank you, Rafael, for the opportunity. If you guys have any questions.
Thank you so much, Igor. It was an amazing talk. A lot of important points here for developers in their career. So if you have any questions to Igor, send them now. Igor, can you, leave your...
So IGFA Souza, find me in all social networks. I put it in my blog. Find me on LinkedIn, Twitter, and so on.
Yeah. You can also follow Igor on Twitter. So I'm putting here his Twitter handle. And if you have questions, send them now in the chat so that Igor can answer to you live. Otherwise, you can follow Igor, and you're seeing his Twitter handle there. And you can also check Igor's blog. Okay, so yeah, thank you so much then, Igor. I think
thank you. Thanks for inviting the opportunity.
Yeah, it was an amazing talk. Thank you so much for that. So many insights. I learned a lot. And okay, so if anyone else has any questions to Igor, you can just follow him, or you can go to his blog. I left the links here, and then you can just...
I found one on... Is still have time for answer? I found one on the comments.
Yes, yes,
Hey,
yes.
Igor, it is possible to transition as Java developer with 13 years experience to data engineer. What all things you advise, like a certification path to become a data engineer? Data engineer, anyway, it's generic things, right? It's maybe as the seniority is local. In data engineer, the company A is going to be different from data engineer in the company B. But on the end, it's about data. And you have if you have a development experience, you have the most expensive knowledge developer. Learn about the data pipeline, learn about uh, the concepts, right? What is a data lake? What is data warehouse? How you combination those? Today is a data lake house together. Uh, uh, Streaming or architectures like Kafka, Kappa, and Lambda. Learn those basic concepts. Of course, you need NoSQL, how to do queries, create database, do external table partitions. Learn those. Focus, as I said, focus on the basic topics, right? Once you learn the basic topics, you have everything. You know how code. So if you're going to be able to create a pipeline for copy this file, put an object store in any cloud provider or in Hadoop, read that file there, transform that file in JSON, transform that file in Avro or Parquet or Orc. Then if you really want, you can learn Spark or Kafka. Then you can manipulate the data, do some queries, put the result in a table that's going to be used for a visualization tool. You can learn about the visualization tool as well. So focus on the basic things, and the most or the principal knowledge is coding, and you already have 13 years of experience. So you learning about data is more the concepts and practicing, right? Everything is about practicing. Start small. One of the key technology that is trending is Kafka. So try to apply in a company that uses Kafka. It's a good start. I hope I answered the question.
Yeah, that was a very complete answer. Thank you so much, Igor. And
Hello.
yeah, that's all. Do you
Thank
have
you.
any words for the audience?
Try to add fun in your life, in your career.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a great message. Thank you so much, Igor. Okay, so see you then,
So yeah.
Igor. Now, Luciano will join us. So just a moment. Okay. Luciano, thank you so much for being here.
Hey.
It's great to see you, man.
Great to be here. Thank you for having me, Rafael. How are you?
Very good, very good. Thank you so much. I'll just give a quick introduction from Luciano. So Luciano is a book author from Node.js Design Patterns. He's also a Microsoft MVP, and he's also an AWS hero. So he has a lot of experience. He's a senior architect, so he has a lot to share with us here. So Luciano, thank you so much for being here. And I'm gonna share here your screen, and the show is all yours.
Thank you so much, Rafael. All right. So, well, thank you everyone for being here. And I'm just going to start with the talk. And this talk is called the Senior Dev. And what I want to cover today is trying to discuss my own personal perspective on what being a senior software engineer or senior software developer actually means. So, what kind of skills, mindsets, or duties that we should expect to have in that particular role. And of course, this is going to be a very opinionated talk and mostly my opinions, but I'm also drawing inspiration from other famous opinions. And the idea of this talk is for developers to be inspired, maybe get some insights on things that you could do to try to raise your profile in the current company, or maybe try to go to another company and maybe get a job that kind of it's perceived as more with more responsibility or with more seniority. Or also, if you are going more for the management path, maybe you will be interested in understanding what is the role of a senior software engineer because you want to hire people that kind of fulfill that particular role. Or you have a team, maybe you want to set expectations in your team, you want to support your team to grow, and you can evaluate where everyone is in your team.
So always keep in mind opinions are subjective, so you are totally welcome to disagree with me, but hopefully you will like most of the things that I will be sharing with you today. Now, I already have the slides online, so you can either scan this QR code or the link there. I also going to be dropping this in the chat. And the reason why I shared the slides is because there will be some links that you can use later on to just deep dive on specific topics. Okay, while you do that, let me introduce myself. I'm gonna go very quickly because Rafa already did most of the work. So hello everyone, my name is Luciano. I've been about 14, 15 years in the industry. I work for a company called Fortiorem as a senior architect. I am the co-author of this book, Node.js Design Patterns, and you can follow me online. I pretty much talk about Node.js, AWS, and I'm also learning Rust. So this is a topic where I will be sharing more and more as I keep learning. I am very available online. You can follow me and connect with me in all these places. I also dropped my Linktree link in the chat, so you can also use that to get all the other links. Okay, let's get into that. So what is a senior engineer? And actually, Igor said that really, really well before, that the definition changes in every company. So there isn't really a unique definition that we can give. In every company you go, you will get a very different definition. And that's very important to understand. And what I want to focus on today is more, what do I think should make you feel that you are a senior, rather than if I go in that company, I am senior at that level, maybe principal, maybe staff, maybe something else, maybe level 1, level 2, level 3. Like, it's not more about positioning yourself in a specific company, but it's more about building your own trajectory in the industry and trying to get better and better to the point where you feel, okay, I can go in a company and show a lot of value. So my definition would be something like, if I have to summarize what a senior engineer is somebody that can actually have a very big impact in moving projects and people forward. And some people like to say something like force multiplier, which doesn't necessarily mean that you are a 10x engineer, because that's probably very wrong. But it's more, you can help an organization to be more efficient. You can help the other people to get better. And of course, you can also do part of that work and contribute to move things forward. So it's not just about being superheroes, but also about helping everyone else to become a superhero. And again, some people will use other terminology like rockstar, superstar, magician, unicorn. I'm not going to suggest any of that, because again, I don't want to focus on the individualism part of being a senior, but more on being a team player and helping the rest of the team, the rest of the organization, to try to do the best possible work that the organization can do by working together. Now, one of the thing that always surprises me, and maybe that is a bit of a controversial opinion, is that being senior is not about the time that you have been in the industry or the age that you currently have. Because sometimes you will see job specs saying to be in this role, you need to have at least 5 years of experience. Or you see something like, well, maybe that's not really legal in most countries, so you're not going to see that. But I know for a fact that in certain countries and in certain organizations, you are not going to make it through the interview unless you have a very specific age, especially for more senior positions. And I think that's not the right way of approaching hiring and interviewing. And you shouldn't feel yourself not to be a senior just because maybe you don't have a certain age threshold. So in general, I would say that more time in the industry or kind of being older doesn't necessarily mean that you are more senior. And in my career, I've been working with very young people that have been brilliant and contributed to the company in a massive way, but also with very kind of older people that were perceived as very, very senior, but they didn't really contribute much. And actually, they were more of an hindrance to the team than somebody actually helping the project to go forward. So again, this is very opinionated, but keep in mind that being older or having been more time in the industry doesn't necessarily make you a senior automatically. Of course, it's something that is going to help, because the more you basically exercise yourself in the industry, the better you will become. But is not like a linear equation. So you will find people that uses that in many different ways, and you will find very different profiles in terms of age and time that they spend in the industry. Now, what are the main skills that somebody that is a senior needs to possess? We can categorize them in two groups. Of course, there are tech skills, which sometimes are referred to as hard skills, and then there are soft skills. So I'm going to try to cover my insights in the two categories, but I want to say first that tech skills are important, but just a bit, like not too much important, while soft skills, the more you become senior, the more relevant they will be to give you that like effect that you can maximize the throughput of your team and the company. So keep that in mind. You need to have, of course, technical skills, and they are important, but as you become more and more senior, soft skills will become more and more important. So let's talk about tech skills. Let's try to define what are some of the tech skills that you need to have to consider yourself a senior. And one thing that I really like is this concept of T-shaped profile. And T-shaped profile, there are different definitions, but the way that I like to define is that you are master at one thing, meaning there is one particular area of expertise where you have been spending a lot of time. Maybe that's, I don't know, building APIs with a specific Java framework, and you feel that you really nailed that. It's something that you are super confident that you can do it very well. You know all the best practices. You can jump in a project and contribute straight away. But that's not just it. Like, this is your core skill, but you also need to be proficient at many other things. And this is why it's called the T-shaped profile, because the vertical line is pretty much the thing that you feel really strong about. This is your core. But then the horizontal line of the T is basically all the other things that you can do, and they just add to your own main skill set. And just to give you another example, for instance, you can be a master at backend and API development, but maybe you can also do some front-end. Maybe you also learn how to do infrastructure as code. Maybe you understand cloud architectures. So that basically means that maybe you can spend a significant amount of time doing backend and API development, but you can also help the rest of your team doing front-end, doing infrastructure as code, reviewing cloud architectures, which makes you a much better team player, because then you can start to interact more with the rest of the team. You can do code reviews, you can do pair sessions, and as you help the team, you also get better in all these other areas that are not your main area of expertise. I think the consequence of being a T-shaped profile is that in general, you have what I would call broad understanding, which basically means that you don't just focus in knowing one thing really, really well, but you can understand many different things, which in a complex ecosystem, like a company that probably has multiple products or products that are very complicated, you can position yourself to understand a lot of different things. You can understand what is the current architecture, what is the code structure, how do we do testing, what is the deployment process, what is the scalability model. And I think trying to position yourself there where you can understand not just the specific microservice that you're working on, but try to understand what the company does as a whole, it's something very powerful, and it should be your ambition as a senior engineer to slowly position yourself to the point where you can feel confident talking about all these topics, and you feel like you understand at least what are the main ideas and the main concepts that are used in all these different areas for that particular company. And of course, when you start to do that exercise, you will start to realize that things are never perfect. There are always a lot of trade-offs that have been put in place, and you should actually do a deliberate effort in trying to think, okay, why is this thing done this way? What were the trade-offs that pushed the organization to go down this path, rather than doing something else that maybe from the outside would have been much more obvious. And just to give you an example, when you start to think about trade-off, you can start to think, okay, why are we using a monolith rather than microservices? Or maybe the other way around, why are we using microservices rather than using a monolith? Or sometimes if there are topics like optimizations, there is always a debate between, okay, maybe we can use more memory to make it faster, or maybe we can just do things more at the CPU level to save memory. So we repeat the same computation over and over because maybe we want to save memory. This is just a very specific example. Then other example could be, okay, do we want to do something that is highly scalable, maybe a huge distributed system, or we are aiming for something that needs to be very, very low latency? Because most likely, if you go for distributed system, you're not going to have the best latency. So try to figure out there what are the trade-offs and why the company is building things in a certain way. Other use cases are reusable versus bespoke. Like, are we building something that is very bespoke for one specific thing that we need for this company, therefore we can make it highly optimized? Or maybe we want to write some code that is going to be more generic because we think we are going to be reusing it in a bunch of different places in the company. And it doesn't matter that much if it's not highly optimized. It matters that we can easily avoid to reinvent the wheel the next time that we are doing something similar. Again, these are all examples, but the point is everything we do as software engineers, every time we have a choice, that choice is never easy. It's never going to be just pick the perfect one or the right one. It's always about compromises, and you need to exercise yourself to understand what are the rules, what are the compromises, and what are the best choices for that particular company. One company might be doing very, very well by going with monoliths. Another company might be doing very, very well by going with microservices, and for entirely different reasons. It's not that microservices are necessarily better than monoliths or vice versa. So try to start to think about these topics and exercise yourself in your current company why things are done in a certain way, and are these decisions actually a fit for the company, or maybe by changing some of these decisions, you might end up with a system that works better for that particular company. And one last thing on this point is that some decisions are short-term, while other decisions are more long-term. It is okay to do something suboptimal in the short term because maybe you want to achieve a specific goal in the shortest timeline possible. But long-term, as the company grows, as the team scales, that decision will not make sense anymore. So this trade-off will have a very different interpretation, whether you're thinking very short term or whether you're thinking long term. And sometimes you need to build kind of a strategy, like we can do something now, but as we keep going, we'll need to start doing something else. Okay, another thing that a senior developer needs to have is to be flexible. And this is, again, still in the idea of a T-shaped profile. And that for me means that you need to be comfortable with different programming languages. Now, of course, I'm not saying that you need to be a master with every single programming language. Most likely you will be very good with one programming language and then be able to work with other programming languages. Of course, that will require working with other colleagues, will require searching stuff because you don't know all the libraries, you don't know all the syntax, you don't know all the best practice. But at the end of the day, if you are comfortable with a scripting language, if you're comfortable with a compiled language, if you're comfortable with an object-oriented language, if you're comfortable with a functional programming language, at that point, you have enough background that you should be able to be comfortable with most of the programming languages that you will find in your job because the concepts are very similar. So try to have the kind of large base of knowledge, then specialize yourself in one programming language, which is going to be your go-to when you need to build something quick. But you shouldn't be worried about working with other programming languages if you have a good understanding of all the basic concepts of programming. So the idea is that you should be able to solve similar problems in different ways with different tools. So try to exercise your brain whenever you have the opportunity to say, okay, if I was doing this in JavaScript, I know I could use this library and do it this way, but that's not the only solution. So try to push yourself. If you're working in another project that maybe doesn't require JavaScript, but requires, I don't know, Golang, maybe the solution is going to be very different. So try to push yourself to see that solution, appreciate it, learn the differences, learn the trade-offs, learn a little bit of that new language. And maybe your code is not going to be the most amazing Go code, but you should be able to build something that works, give it to some colleague that is much better than you at Go, get a review, improve, and get better at that as well. So try to be flexible. I'm making the example of programming languages. The same could apply to other topics. For instance, I don't know, cloud architectures, tooling, operative systems. That really depends on the area that you are mostly working on. Now, another thing that I think is really valuable for a senior engineer is to be able to spot bugs. And this is a bit of a controversial topic. But what I'm trying to say here is more of the mindset. So it's trying to think, to exercise that muscle of, we are building something that is needed for the business. So most likely, even explicitly or not, there is some kind of user story there if you're building a specific feature. So if you're working on that user story, you need to make sure you understand what is the ask there, what are you building, why are you building that, who are the users, what are they trying to achieve, and why that feature exists in the first place. And most often you will find that in most companies, what you get is not enough for you to be able to do a good job. So you need to be able to go back and ask to your managers, to your PM, like, what's going on here? What happens if this is something that we bring into the picture? What happens if there is this particular kind of error? What happens if the user is going to try to do something else instead? So try to help that conversation, try to be the person that refines the user story together with the rest of the team. And after you do that, you will find yourself in a much better position, not just to write the actual implementation of that particular feature, but also to start to write a different kinds of tests. For instance, you can write unit tests, integration tests, end-to-end tests. And for each and every one of those, of course, you are trying to test different things. And there are different characteristics of these types of tests. So understanding also what is the difference between unit tests, integration tests, and end-to-end tests, how to write them, when to write them, how many of them to write. I think it's a skill that you'll need to develop more and more the more you become a senior software engineer. And in general, you need to be good at figuring out what are the edge cases and bringing them to the table, discussing them with the team, and figuring out how do we handle all these different edge cases. And most often when you build features, there is always something that you cannot just do now because, I don't know, maybe there isn't enough time, there aren't enough resources, or maybe it's not really something that makes sense to do now. It will make more sense to do later when the system is scaling more or there are more users. So try to also develop a muscle where you are one of the people that is keeping track of the technical debt, and you push every once in a while to try to repay back the technical debt. So it's not just that you are taking notes of the things that should be done differently over time, but also you find avenues in the company to say, okay, we just finished this sprint, we delivered an amazing feature. Can we spend the next sprint maybe implementing things or improving things that we have been wanting to do for a while? Because eventually they are going to bite us back. So we need to eventually take care of those. Other times you can negotiate something like, okay, I know we still need to develop features because this is what gives us money, but can we spend 20% of the next sprint doing, I don't know, maybe one or two cards that are on the technical debt side? So try to be that person that recognizes when is the right time to start to work on technical debt, and the person that can have that conversation with your PMs, with your managers on negotiating when you need to be doing some more technical debt work, as opposed to just building more and more features. Now, finally, another thing that I will consider probably in between kind of tech skills and soft skills is to be a good advisor. And that basically means that you should have a good understanding of the most common patterns and best practices, and you should be able to tell the rest of your team or the people that you do pair programming with, like, why did we use this thing rather than using this pattern, and what are the benefits if you actually use this pattern or this best practice. And I think it's very important that when you do that, when you have that kind of conversation, you can highlight what is the long-term effect of that suggestion. You are not just doing things for like technical purity or because the clean code book said so. No, you are doing certain things because you know what is the effect of that particular best practice, and you know that that particular best practice in the context of your project can actually give you an advantage. Maybe it's going to avoid you to rewrite certain things. Maybe it's going to improve performance. Maybe it's going to make the code base not necessarily more performant, but it will make it more flexible and avoid you to do unnecessary repetitions in a bunch of different places. Or maybe it's just going to make things more testable. Again, there are so many dimensions, and I think as you become more and more experienced, you can build that muscle of figuring out when certain best practices are more worth it than others, or when it's okay to do things that are a little bit more crude, so to speak, but they really work for the team at the moment and they allow you to do progress. So that's also the second part of the suggestion. Don't always apply best practices just because they are best practices. Sometimes trying to apply best practices all the time, all the design patterns, all the solid principles, all the clean code suggestions, sometimes is a bit unnecessary. And if you do that by the book, you might end up with code that is just much more complicated than it needs to be. So try to find a good balance and try to find when the juice is worth the squeeze. And the other thing that I find really useful, and this is just a suggestion just to keep a good relationship with the rest of the team, is even if you feel that you are the person that know the most, even if you are absolutely sure that what you are suggesting is correct and it should be done no matter what, just propose it as a suggestion to the team. Doesn't have to be an imposition. Try to make a good case. Try to motivate why you are making that suggestion. But it shouldn't be something like, we need to do this, otherwise this is not going to be shipped. Always keep in mind that there are many different ways to solve problems, many different ways to structure projects. So even if you think that that's the best thing going forward, you always need to account for other opinions. You always need to account that there might be other ways to do things. And at the end of the day, it's important to achieve certain objectives. And then later on, if you feel as a team that that objective was not achieved, you can go back and revisit certain proposals. So nothing is like set in stone. So be open also not to have your proposal accepted. Give other people a chance. And then you can always revisit later on whether that was a good decision or not. Now, let's talk about soft skills very quickly. Even though some of the things I said, you can debate, maybe they are more soft skills than technical skills, but I think there are other ones that are definitely something we can classify as soft skills. And one principle that I really like to basically define senior developers is, I think they should be an active lever in the company that they work with. And by active lever, I mean you need to be asking hard questions. And hard questions can be not necessarily just technical stuff, can be even business-related stuff. And you actually will find yourself that as a software engineer, sometimes you understand certain business problems even more in depth than the business people, or just to say the least, you will have a different perspective just because you are coming from the engineering point of view rather than from the business point of view. So sometimes you have to ask hard questions. You need to push the leadership of the company to figure out things that maybe they don't know just because they don't think in the same way you think. So try to be the kind of person that can ask those questions, and always in the best intent. You are not trying to catch anybody off. You are just trying to make sure that whatever is the value that you are trying to deliver to the customer is actually delivered in the best possible way. So in a way, I think a very good senior engineer needs to position itself as a bridge between product and technology, because you need to understand product anyway, because you are building that product. You understand technology because that's your main area of expertise. So why don't you position yourself as somebody who can actually bridge conversations between these two parties of the company? And of course, there are cases when you need to be able to say no. Sometimes, again, the example could be about technical debt. Sometimes there is another feature that gets requested, but you know that implementing that feature on the current code base is going to create more damage than anything else. So sometimes you have to push back and say, no, we're not going to do that feature until we fix this particular thing, until we make the database more scalable, until we are able to deploy those two components independently. So try to be that person that can say no. Of course, not just plain no. You need to have good justification for it. Make always a case that needs to have a value for the business. It always needs to be no, because for the business it's better to do this rather than that. And in general, I think understanding the business is one of the skills that are really, really important and will make a lot of difference for you to be recognized as a senior engineer. So you can ask yourself questions like, what is the purpose of the business? What are we trying to achieve? it's not just about writing code. You need to understand what that code is trying to achieve for the company, for the users, for the customers, and so on. But also, what is the long-term vision? Because often you start with a product that is doing something very limited, but there is a more kind of long-term vision where that product is going to be doing so much more, maybe a different customer base, maybe different level of scale, maybe a different industry altogether. So if you start to understand what is the long-term vision, you can take much better technical decisions and be aligned with that vision from the very early days of that particular project you are working on. And at the same time, what is the strategy? Because of course, if there is a vision, there must be some kind of strategy. Maybe the company is going to start very small. It's going to get a few customers in a specific industry, in a specific region, maybe. But eventually, the company wants to grow and address other markets, other regions. And thinking about those things can make you understand what are the limitations of the current product and what you should be having in your own technical roadmap to be more ready to fulfill on that vision, implementing that particular strategy. And other questions that you might want to ask yourself are, what are the unique strengths of the product that we are building or the company that we work in, and how can we leverage those strengths? But also, what are the weaknesses, right? That the company definitely is going to have some strong points and some weak points. So how do we balance the two? Should we compensate some of the weaknesses, or should we focus more on our strengths? Sometimes it's okay for a company to be extremely laser focused on a specific niche. So it's not really needed for the company to have a product that can work in any market, in any region. So you just focus on the strengths, you just make it better and better for that particular niche. And that's the vision and the strategy. So it's really important for you as a tech person to understand all of these decisions, because they will have a very direct impact on the products that you are building and the way you build these products. So ask yourself, do I understand all of these things, but also how can the technology help to achieve all these different things? And how can I personally help to define how the technology is going to allow us to achieve all these different goals? So communication at this point becomes one of the key elements, and I'm sure that everyone expected a slide on communication. So what kind of communication skill do you need to have as a senior engineer? Of course, you need to be able to talk, and not just with other engineers, but with every stakeholder in the company. So you need to be able to talk with your colleagues in your technical team, but also your manager, also your PM. Even better if you can talk with C-level people. So for instance, you can talk with the CEO, with the CFO, and with each and every one of these people, there will be a different conversation happening, just because everyone has very different interests in the company, has very different backgrounds and very different skills. You need to be able to have conversations that are extremely technical, but also conversations that are more on the business side than on the technical side, and even something in between. Sometimes your conversation needs to be technical enough, but also thinking about the impact on the business. And the point is that when you do that, you are in a position to explain situations where there are uncertainties, and you can propose ideas on how to address those situations. And again, you are in a unique position of understanding both the tech and both the business. So you can figure out when certain things don't make sense from either one or the other side, and how to find a trade-off that will make sense and will push things forward. One thing that I find really, really important, and this is very underestimated in many companies and many professionals in the industry, is that you need to be able to talk about failures. And that's not necessarily something negative, because every time you have a failure in your team, because maybe you are trying to deliver a feature and you don't do it in time, or maybe you deliver this feature and it doesn't really work in the way that it was expected, or maybe you are experimenting with a certain technology to build something, and then at some point, half the way, after you spend a lot of time, you realize, okay, this technology is not really useful for what we want to achieve, so you have to roll back and try something else. It can be very scary to have conversation with management every time that you are in this kind of situation, but you can spin all the situation in a very positive way. If you can often talk about failure as progress, meaning, okay, we were trying to do this, but then we realized that didn't work, and we learned that didn't work, and therefore we can try something else, there is always a positive spin that you can take, and actually you can make an habit out of that. I've been working in a company where they were actually really scared about doing weekly demo sessions because they didn't feel that they shipped enough stuff every week to have something to talk about. And then I started to propose to them, okay, doesn't matter. We can talk about, we tried to do this and didn't work and we learned that. Or maybe we are late at shipping this because as we were building it, we realized that there are other requirements, or maybe that there are other business cases that we need to take care of. Or maybe that the assumption we did at the beginning were totally wrong, and therefore we had to adjust to the new assumptions. So that company started to see the value in doing this weekly demo session. And funny enough, we were doing this in one team only, and then other teams started to do the same thing, and managers actually started to promote this initiative. At that point, they started to understand a lot more that the teams were not slacking off when they were not delivering the features, but they were actually trying different things, learning and improving the final output. So try to position yourself as somebody that is able to communicate all of this, to communicate the value of when things go wrong, because you're always learning something new and you can do it better the next time. And of course, the earlier you have these conversations, the easier it's going to be to address failure and use that failure actually as an advantage to do things in an even better way. Don't wait for the very last moment, for the day just before a big release, before you say, sorry, this is wrong, this is not going to work, we need to do something entirely different. So always try to think about the timing of when it's a good idea to communicate failure, and in general, the earlier, the better. Another important communication skill that you need to have is writing documentation or deliver presentations. It's not just about verbal skills. It's not just about talking with the right people at the right time, but you also need to be able to write things down. You need to be able to record videos, to record demo sessions, and create communication that is asynchronous for people that you don't even know today. They might be joining the company tomorrow. You need to be able to prepare things, whether they are documents, videos, examples, or other things that they can use even without talking directly to you in that particular moment. And these skills take a lot of time to kind of nail down and polish. So try to think about those and exercise every time you get the chance. In general, I think when you have this kind of communications, very often as engineers, we work with very complex problems. And our audience is not always the right audience for talking in very much detail about complex topics. So try to always figure out, how do I make this a little bit more digestible? Even when you're talking with engineers, sometimes you have to talk about very complex advanced topics. So trying to figure out, how do I make this talk easier for everyone? Maybe I need to do a preamble. Maybe I need to do prepare a demo. Maybe I need to create some diagrams. Maybe I need to set the stage by explaining what is the business need. So try to always think that people on the other side, they don't have straight away all the same ideas that are already in your head. So try to build the story correctly so that the complex topics can become more digestible. And other things that you should be doing is to be able to support management. Now, this is a very common misconception that as an engineer, we only write code. This is definitely not true. We should be able to do planning sessions. Maybe we are not driving the planning session because there is a PM, but we need to be able to work with them and support them when the planning sessions are happening. Similarly, there might be other ceremonies. Maybe you do stand-up every morning, or maybe you do it at the end of the day, or maybe you do weekly demo, like the one I was saying before. Sometimes you need to take ownership and try to drive those ceremonies yourself. And I think it's good to even have people rotating on these duties. So as a senior engineers, try to encourage your team to make everyone responsible for all these activities that maybe you can think of them more as, oh no, these are things for management. It's not true. Like as an engineer, you can have a lot of weight in supporting these activities and making sure that they are done in such a way that they also bring value to you. And the only way to do that is to feel that you are also responsible for them. And I already mentioned keeping track of priorities and technical debt. Also, sometimes there is a very complicated task that the team needs to work on. You can have a very good impact in helping management to split that task down into parts that are much more manageable, that maybe can be built in parallel by different people or by different teams. So try to be involved as much as possible, even in the early phase of feature and product development, even in things that might feel like they are more for management rather than for engineers. Okay, the other one that I really like is the concept of autonomy, because I already spoke about how do you need to work in team and how do you communicate, but sometimes it's important that you have the skills to do things with autonomy, which basically means that sometimes there are very complicated projects. This is often the case when there is kind of research and development type of projects. And sometimes it's the case that just one person or a very small group of people takes that project and it starts to do all the necessary research and grind to try to understand how to push that project forward. Is it even viable? And while you do that, I think it's good if you can have a lot of autonomy. So try to find the answers to the questions you might have. Try not to ask always questions to everybody and stop everybody from their work. Try to do experiments on your own. Of course, at some point you'll need to be able to bring the right people in. You shouldn't create a silos where you are the only one that knows about that project and how it works. So it's more about, okay, you can do enough progress on your own, and then when needed, you start to bring the right people in. And sometimes if you get stuck and you don't know how to unstuck yourself, then you can ask for help, or you can keep researching and experiment on your own. You can figure out where are the docs, read them, and you can read and understand existing code. So again, it's good to ask for help, but don't always ask for help as a default. Try to figure out if you can unblock yourself on your own. And the other thing is try to focus on delivery. So negotiate what are the expectations. You are building specific types of software, and product managers and other more business people in the company might have very specific expectations, but you might have as an engineer other expectations. So it's good to try to have a conversation where you define very clearly, okay, how are we going to be successful? What is our definition of success in this particular environment? What are you expecting? Maybe you focus a lot on the performance of a particular implementation while the business just cares about correctness. And maybe sometimes you need to do additional work just to deliver more correct results, or maybe dealing with specific edge cases. And you didn't think about that because you were just focusing on doing one thing in the most performant way. So try to always have that conversation of, okay, what is the main thing that we have to keep in mind to say that we are successful? And then always try to have a positive attitude, because very often there is conflict. This is just in human nature. And you can focus a lot on conflict, and it's something that can drain all your energies. But conflict doesn't do anything other than getting ourselves stuck. And if we want to focus on delivery, we need to figure out how to unstuck ourselves from this complex situation. So try to always bring a positive attitude when there is an opportunity for conflict, and try to not have the conflict and use that opportunity to move forward. And some suggestions that I have are, don't blame the system. It's very easy to say, oh, this has always been this way, or I don't know, it never happens that engineering gets listened to, so no point for me to even just speaking on and saying that this is wrong. So don't try to think that way, but always try to be helpful, propose solutions, facilitate conversations. And most often, even if you have a very perfect solution in your mind, that solution is not going to be implemented in the way you want. So try to find what is the right compromise there to just move things forward. So even if it's not the thing that makes you the happiest, because it's always a compromise, so you have to give up something, but a compromise is much better than just getting stuck and not delivering. And finally, I think you need to have the confidence that if you're facing a very hard problem, it's okay not to have the solution right now, but you need to have the confidence that you have all the skills. And when I say you, it's not just you on your own, but you and your team. You have all the skills to work on that and find a solution, even if you don't know yet what is the solution. So the next topic that I have is okay, these are all the things that for me are important, and I think they should be important for somebody that wants to be a senior engineer. But how do you grow? Like, if you are not there yet, what do you do to get there? And one suggestion that I really like, and this is coming from a good friend of mine that was also an ex-colleague of Rafa, Roberto, is go one level deeper. And this basically means you probably are going to be working at one level, maybe, I don't know, building APIs. But what's one level down? We only write Java code to expose, I don't know, RESTful APIs, but what are we building on top of? Try to ask yourself that question. And don't stop just at your level. Try to look at least one level down, which basically means what happens in those layers. For instance, I don't know, are we using HTTP? What even is HTTP? It's a protocol, but what does it do? And if you already know HTTP really well, you can start to ask, okay, but HTTP is based on TCP. So how does that work? And what do I need to know to do my job better? And you can do this kind of thing for many things that are fundamental in technology that we use every day, but then we don't really know how they work. And I have here other example, UTF-8, SHA-512, DNS. You can make a lot of examples. And sometimes you are using these technologies, but you don't really know how they work. So one way to improve your tech skills is to deep down and try to understand how the specific pieces of technology work. And you will realize that understanding that will make you a much better engineer, because even when you work one level higher, you know what's going on below and you can optimize for what's going on below rather than just not having a clue and assuming that everything is going to be fine. There is a really nice video that is like, I don't know, 15 minutes called The Computer Science Iceberg that I think explains this concept much better than I'm doing now. And it also gives you a lot of ideas on areas where you can actually experiment and deep dive and try to understand more how computer science works in general and why today we are able to build applications on top of all these things that were built before. Of course, don't go overboard, just go one level at the time, because if you only know about APIs and you try to build your own operative system, there are so many layers in between where you're going to feel disoriented. So try to do an exercise of going only one level at the time down. Otherwise, it's going to feel like there is too much to know and you'll never know all these things. And I really like to build prototypes. So sometimes I learn something new and I kind of feel that I know it, but then I want to try to build it. And when you try to build it yourself, even if you're not going to build like a 100% complete, I don't know, implementation of DNS, just for example, even trying to build a minimal version of it is going to teach you so much more about that technology and you will understand it so much better. So sometimes it's useful to try to build something for fun, not for putting in production, just to really understand how the technology is supposed to work. Now, because I'm running out of time, I'm going to go very quick. And I think the previous talk also highlighted this a lot, so very well. So I think I'm just going to echo that it's very important to have fun. It's very important to have a passion for the work that we are doing. If you try to put the fun into your work, everything is going to become just so much easier and so much more enjoyable. And you're going to be growing without even realizing that you are growing and doing your job in a better way. Pair programming is also a really interesting activity. I suggest everyone to do it, but it's not really for everyone. So if you work with people that don't like to do it or you don't like to do it yourself, there are other alternatives. For instance, there can be interactive code reviews. You can do show and tell sessions. I think the important thing is not to write code in silos, but always try to find opportunities for sharing the code, for getting feedback, and then trying to exercise your mind in taking that feedback and trying to do things in a different way from what you originally thought. And going to the end, another thing that I really like is creating content. So also something that was mentioned in the previous talk. If you create content, that could be articles, talks, videos, Twitter threads, doing all of that is going to improve your communication skills. And I think the main thing to understand there is that you don't have to be an expert to share something new that you just learned. You can bring your own perspective by just saying, hey, I realize now how composition over inheritance works, and I'm just going to write a quick article showing some of the examples that I work with and what I learned from them. And even if you are not an expert, I think that content can be, first of all, very useful for yourself because it's going to help you to crystallize those ideas. But also there will be so many people out there which are at the same level that you are, and they will benefit from that content. So do that exercise even if you are not an expert about everything that you are writing on. And try to make it a habit. And there is another technique called atomic essays. I'm not going to explain it, just going to leave the link there. But basically, it's just another way to kind of trying to put you in the habit of creating content regularly and sharing it with people, getting feedback, and doing it again and again and again. I already mentioned positive attitude, so I'm going to skip this slide. And this one is actually really interesting. There are a lot of things that in every company, everyone tries to avoid. I think senior people should be encouraged actually to take the challenge on and try to deliver on these things because, first of all, you are going to help the team to solve hard problems that nobody wants to deal with. Second of all, you can learn a lot. And third of all, you can actually contribute to make things better. I have here a bunch of additional links that you can check out to understand more about how other companies approach the idea of leveling in a company. How can you build your own career ladder? So how to kind of grow in a specific career, and then habits of high impactful software engineer or specific engineering levels in other companies. The final quote that I want to leave you with is that, of course, we cannot be superheroes. We cannot be amazing at everything, but I think we should know our strengths and weaknesses and work with the rest of our team to amplify the strengths and compensate the weaknesses together. So the goal is that we want to get better every day as individuals and as a team. So thank you very much for everyone. And I hope this was interesting for you. If you have any question, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you so much, Luciano. An amazing talk. So many insights as well. That's awesome. So if anyone has a question for Luciano, please leave your question now. Otherwise, you can talk to Luciano on his Twitter. I'm gonna send here the link from Luciano's contact. So you can follow him. It's Lloyd.
Mm-hmm.
And Luciano, if you want to share any other link, please, you can do that.
I think the main one is this one. I'll put it here as well. And basically is my link tree. So you will find all the other links of all the projects that I'm involved in on my LinkedIn, my Twitter, my Mastodon, and I'm generally available in all these places. So whatever is the most convenient to you, just feel free to reach out. And I should answer very regularly. So don't worry. Just reach out and let's have a chat.
Amazing. So are you sharing this link here?
I think YouTube is not liking that. I put it in the private chat.
Okay.
I don't know if you can reshare it yourself. I think it's probably going in the moderation queue or something like that.
Okay. Let me send it now. Okay, so
this is the link. You.
Yeah, this is the link. You can reach out to Luciano. As Luciano said, you can access all the medias he's in, and he's gonna answer to you if you have any questions related to anything you want about software engineering. And I think that's all. Luciano, do you have any message for the audience?
I guess I just want to remark what Igor said before, that try to be passionate about this stuff, because I think this is really the secret sauce about getting better, because there is only so much you can push yourself to do something you don't like. So you really need to be passionate to reach the highest levels of in anything. I guess that's something you can apply to any field, right? But specifically in software, just because there is so much to know every day, there are new things all the time. If you don't have the passion to always go out and explore and learn more and share what you learn and try to learn from other people, then it's going to be just so much difficult to grow. So try to figure out ways where you can feel passionate about this work and do that as much as possible.
Thank you so much, Luciano. And by the way, I worked directly with Luciano, and he really follows everything he said. So he walked his talk, which is amazing.
Thank you for that.
Okay, Luciano, thank you so much for being here again.
Thank you for
Very
having me. It
happy,
was a pleasure.
very happy that you could show up here. And well, I learned a lot, and I'm sure that the audience also learned a lot. So thank you so much.
Bye, everyone.
Bye bye. Okay, everyone. So, like I said, okay, there is a gift I'm giving to you. So, let me share here. So, as I said, I'm offering a career conversation with you to help you in your career, to build clarity, and to go to the next level as a software engineer. So, yeah, as Luciano is saying thanks to everyone. Thanks a lot, Luciano. That was an amazing talk. I had many, many insights from there. And I'm giving this career conversation to you almost for free. And on my website, you can check. It's much more expensive. And but I'm as you are in this webinar, I can make a very special gift for you. So why I'm doing that? Because I want the action takers. I want the software engineers who really want to go to the next level. So I'm going to share here the screen. Just a minute. So this is the gift I'm giving to you. So you would spend something around $260 to have a career conversation with me and plus the Golden Lessons book. But I'm offering all of that for only $19. So you can get this link. I'm going to share this link with you. You can use your QR scanning, and you can scan this. And but I'm gonna share this link here just to make it very easy to you. Okay. So this is the link, and you can access that, and you can have the career conversation. So this conversation is useful because I'm gonna help you to get clarity to go to the next level. And we're going to talk about your dreams, about what you want for your career. So if you want to go abroad or if you want to work for a big company, so we're going to be talking about what's preventing you to go to the next level. And then we're going to elaborate a plan to go to the next level, basically. So like I said, it's almost for free. And the total value, total investment would be $260. But as you are in this webinar, it's only $19. So it's much cheaper. So I'm gonna stop sharing here. So that's the message for now. And I'm gonna bring here now Thiago. Hello, Thiago. How are you?
I'm fine. Hello, everyone. Hello again. Glad to be
Great.
here.
Awesome
And
to see you.
thank you. Thank you for the invitation. And just about the last thing that you share, just the book, in my opinion, it's the value. It's very cheap just for the book. The book have actually 100 insights and good insights. So it's an awesome book.
Thank you so much, Thiago, for your kind words.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Yeah, let me just briefly introduce you if there are new people here. So Thiago is an experienced software engineer. He's working now in Portugal. So he moved from Brazil to Portugal, and he's very passionate as well about clean code. So he's going to teach you very good concepts to make your code better. And Thiago has been applying those techniques in his job, and he's been very successful. He got a promotion, and he's getting a lot of visibility with those techniques, and that's been helping a lot everyone in the team. Also, other than that, he's also been giving talks for conferences. So he's all the time growing and expanding as software engineer. So that's a great talk, and I recommend everyone to stay here to see what he has to say.
Thank you a lot for sharing that. Yes, actually, this week I had two talks. I gave two talks on
Amazing.
an event in Brazil. And thank you because you helped me.
Yeah,
Yes, in the
mention the name.
TDC.
TDC, the developer conference. It's so
Yes,
for you to have an idea, is the biggest conference in South America. It's a very big conference, so it's amazing.
yes, and it was
Go ahead.
amazing. It's very, it's very glad thing to help others. It's very helpful. I think I'm already sharing. I don't know if you can.
Yes.
Okay, so hello everyone. Before I start, I want to thank everyone here, and also congratulations everyone that's here because it's Saturday afternoon, and I hope I can bring some knowledge to you, some useful things to help you to write better code. I will show four key principles to craft high quality code. My name is Thiago Bonfim, and I hope I can help you. So we'll talk about these four principles, okay? The SRP, it's the single responsibility principle. The dry, that it's don't repeat yourself. Deep, that it's the dependency inversion principle. And also the keys, that is keep it simple start. Before we start, if you can put on the chat which one you already know, because they are very common, they are basics. We solve for that the basics we should know and sharp the basics. So maybe you already know some of them. So if you can put on the chat maybe 01, comma 02, or just 0 if you don't know any of them, this will help me to to guide the talk. Okay. So yeah, we'll start talking about the first one, that it's SRP. And yeah, usually this principle, the single responsibility principle, some people usually make a confusion about that because it's not the main thing here, it's not responsibility. Because if you think about that, maybe, okay, maybe a method should have just one responsibility. So if you think about that, a class should have just one method. Of course not. So what this principle means. So here we have a quotation from Robert C. Martin that we should gather together those things that change for the same reason and separate those things that change for different reasons. So it's much more about change. If you feel that you need to change the same file for different reasons, so be careful, you're probably violating this principle. So let's see, okay, let's see how can you apply that. So you need to keep your class and methods small. Okay, this will help you a lot to try to apply the single responsibility principle. You should also be careful with main dependence. So look at your imports. If you have big class with more than 1,000 lines, God class, you are probably violating this principle. And let's see a little bit. So how to identify if you are violating or not this principle. Okay. So if you need to change many files to include or change a behavior, maybe you are violating this principle. If you need to change the same file for more than one reason, maybe you are violating this principle. So sometimes when you have a class that have a lot of conflicts, maybe these classes are violating this principle. If you have, again, a God class with 1,000 lines, probably you are violating this principle. If every time that someone changes a class, we need to change another class, or usually we need to always change some class, probably they are violating the SRP. Okay, we need to be careful and separate things that change for the same reason. So let me show one image, because I think images help to memorize better the thing. So here we have an image that says that single responsibility principle, just because you can, doesn't mean you should. So again, you can, you can create a single class with just a single man method and put everything inside it. You can do that. Okay, this probably will work, but you should not do that. You should avoid big class with more than one responsibility. So be careful. Try to keep things small. Okay, so yeah, this is the SRP. This is very, very, very useful to write better code, clean code. Okay, let's go to the second one, and this is maybe the most important principle. It's dry, don't repeat yourself. And here you have a quotation. So from Robert Martin, the Clean Code. The Clean Code book have a lot of good tips, good things. And Robert Martin write in this book that the dry is one of the most important rules in the book, and you should take it very seriously. Why that? Because duplication is a very, very, very bad thing for developers. So let's see how can we apply dry. Okay, how can we avoid duplication? So the first thing is avoid duplication. So don't do Control C and Control V. Okay, avoid duplication. If you are copying and paste your code, you are doing duplication, and this is really bad. We'll see a little bit more about how this can be a bad thing. And anytime you see a duplication in your code, it could probably become a subroutine or maybe another class outright. So be careful. If you see duplication, you should probably fix it. Otherwise, it will become a problem in the future. Okay, so yeah, be careful. Dry, it's a really huge thing, and it's very common. Okay, it's very common. This happens a lot, and we really should avoid it. Should be careful to don't repeat ourselves. So let's see how can you identify if you are repeating yourself. So if you are doing Control C and Control V and nothing changes, this is a bad signal. Okay, so you are probably violating the dry. If you need to resolve the same problem twice in different places, this is a really bad thing because you are violating the dry. And this happens a lot. So if you do the Control C and Control V, okay, probably when you need to fix a bug, you know that, okay, this is a duplication code, I need to fix in both places. But this is not what happens most of the times. Most of the times, you do, for example, the duplication or someone else, and the person who will fix the bug is another person. And what happens is that this person fix just one bug, and you still have one bug alive, and this is very bad. So be careful. When you are doing Control C and Control V and nothing changes, this is a bad signal. Okay, you are doing something wrong. Probably you should use some design patterns or create better components or something else, but try to avoid Control C and Control V. And again, let's see one image. So don't repeat yourself. Repetition is the root of all software evil. So how can you avoid the dry? How can you don't repeat yourself? It's easy. You get a blackboard and write it many times. I will not repeat myself. But remember, if you write it more than once, you should start from the beginning because you violated dry. I hope you got the joke. So yeah, be careful, okay? Dry is very bad thing. It's the software evil, the root of all software evil. Okay, let's see the next one. The next one is deep, and deep it's very, very important if you need to think of the design of the solution. So for example, let's say that you want to use clean architecture or ports and adapters. So you probably will need to know this principle, okay? And what is this principle? But well, Robert Martin says that this principle, you should depend in the direction of abstraction, and height-level modules should not depend upon low-level details. So let's see how can you apply that. So you should use abstraction to separate the layers. So for example, if you are using clean architecture, you don't want that use case have a communication directly with the adapters, the frameworks. You don't want to attend in the adapters you create breakchains to your use case, to your entities, your domain. You don't want that. So you need to separate the layers and create abstractions to protect your layers. So don't depend on the implementation, depend on the abstractions. So again, let's see how can you identify if you are not applying the deep. So if you need to change your core application, your domain, because some API you consume chains, you are probably violating the deep. Sorry, here, it's a mistake. You're probably violating the deep. So can you change your API you consume to another vendor? If you can't, maybe you're violating the deep. So let's think in one example here. Let's say that you consume the EMDB API, okay? So we consume the EMDB API to have some information about the movie. Maybe for our application, we just need the name of the movie and the year of the movie. Just these two information is enough. If you create an abstraction to protect our application, we then can use another vendor, we can consume from another API that brings these two key data that we need. And it will be very easy. We can, for example, apply a design pattern, a strategy, and choose between them, and it will be very easy, and we don't need to change our domain. Otherwise, if we depend 100% on the EMDB API, if, for example, you use the EMDB ID for our domain, this is a really bad thing, because if the EMDB API changes, our domain will change also. So this will be a huge problem. If you need to change the vendor, it will be impossible. You need to refactor our code. So be careful, okay? Deep is a very useful principle when we are talking about design of the solution, okay? So let's see here one image. So the dependency inversion principle, you don't have to learn how to wire things up if you need to turn on the lights. Use a sock for that. So again, depend on abstraction, not the implementations. This, as I said, it's a very useful principle. So let's see another image. So the excavator design doesn't depend on the attachments. So here we can see the value of this principle. If you want to include another attachment, we can do it without changing the excavator. This allows us to accept more attachments in an easy way. So this is a very, very important principle when you are talking about the design of the solution, okay? To have more decouple things and to protect our layers, our domain layers. So it's very important principle. And now let's talk about our last principle, that is the keys. And the keys, it's not because you are finishing the talk, it's not keys, it's keep it simple, stupid. And here, let me show some quotations about simplicity. So Leonardo da Vinci has a quotation that says that simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. We have another one that says that perfection is achieved not when there is nothing more to add, but when there is nothing left to take away, from Antoine de Saint. So the key thing here is to keep things simple, okay? And how can we apply the keys? We can avoid complex architectures and design solutions to solve simple problems. So maybe we just want to have a CRUD application, a back-office application. Do you need microservices? Do you need the event-driven architecture? Do you need a message broker? Do you need NoSQL? So sometimes we need to make these type of questions to understand the why. Why we need that? Because sometimes I see, and probably all of you have already seen that sometimes we have the wrong architecture for the problem. The problem is easy, and you have a complex architecture. It works, but we don't need that. If you have chosen for a simple solution, this will be much easier to maintain, to keep, also to grow. So try to make things simple. And again, how can you apply that? We need to make the simplicity as a key of a key design goal, and complicated complexity should be avoided. So again, the simplicity should be a key design goal. Think in the simplicity, avoid complex architectures without a good reason. And how can you check if you are not in apply the keys? How is your solution to be understood and extended? If it's not, if it's very complex, maybe you're violating this principle. And be careful here. When I say extended, it's not modified. Okay? Maybe you have some behavior, have some core feature, and okay, the behavior should not be modified, but it should be extended. So here, for example, we are applying the OCP, the open closed principle. So things should be extended, should be able to be extended, but the core usually should not be able to be modified. But again, here, think of the simplicity. So if you have things that it's hard to extend, it's hard to understand, maybe you're doing something wrong. Sometimes we create some feature, complex features, and we feel that it's not the better way. We try sometimes to do it in the better way, but sometimes we don't get the best solution. So in that case, we should spend more time trying to identify if it's not, if there is nothing else that we can do to make the solution easier. Maybe create small methods or better names, maybe small things that can help to understand the solution. This helps a lot because we spend more time reading than writing code. So when you are writing code, we should be very careful when we are doing that. Okay. And another thing that maybe you are doing that you should avoid is doing premature optimization. So again, if you, for example, change your code to a complex solution to avoid ON to become O log N, probably it will not be a good way, a good solution. It's a trade-off, right? So you need to do optimization when you need. Okay, so yeah, be careful with premature optimization. And now let's see some images. So usually what happens, so in the left, it's what the user needs, and on the right is the stakeholders' ideas. So be careful. Sometimes we want to use the trending topic IT at the moment, and this just brings a lot of technical debt for us. So yeah, avoid again complex architecture, complex solutions to small problems. Try to understand the domain, try to understand the problem, try to understand what the user needs. This will help you a lot. And here, another example, keep it simple if on there were an easier way. And here, a very complex way to press the keyboard. So again, try to solve the problem with the easier solution you find. Sometimes we don't have time enough to make the easier solution ever, but it's important to try, okay? To try our best, to try our best. Because we spent more time reading than writing code. So we need to write code very well in the clever way. So it's that, okay? This is the 4 key principles that I want to share. And I have some reference to keep learning, okay? So the first one, it's the clean code from Robert C. Martin. Have a lot of useful tips, useful content. It's a great book. The second one, it's the Programmatic Programmer. This book has a lot of information about Dry, okay? This brings a lot the content of Dry and other things that it's very useful. And here I have one book of test-driven Java development that brings a lot of principles and also talk about test. That is another key thing that the developers should know and should master, because a software without test is a legacy software, right? So we must create tests. Okay, so it's that. If you have any questions, I'm open to questions. You can follow me on LinkedIn, GitHub, or Twitter with this at Thiago Befim. And I'm open to questions. And again, thank you everyone to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Thiago, for talking about such an important topic, because unfortunately nowadays I think it's being neglected, but for software maintenance, I think that's crucial for every software engineer to really know those solid principles, to not repeat themselves, and to create good code. So thanks for sharing that.
Thank you for the space.
Awesome. So I left here Thiago's Twitter on the chat, and you can follow him. You can make questions to Thiago, and feel free to reach out to Thiago.
Yeah. Thank you everyone.
Awesome. Thank you so much,
Bye.
Thiago. Bye-bye. Okay, so as I told you, you still have the opportunity to schedule the career conversation with me. I'm gonna leave an easier link this time. It's a shortened link. And in the meantime, you can just schedule this conversation with me to unblock you in your career and go to the next level, okay? So our next speaker is Gabriel. So Gabriel, you're very welcome here.
Hello everyone, how are you doing, guys? You hear me?
Very good, yes.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. So
And
let me just quickly introduce you. So Gabriel is an experienced Java developer, and he's been working with NoSQL for a while already, and he's going to share some of the tips and insights to get you involved with NoSQL, and he will also teach you some good things to about the technology itself. Okay.
perfect.
So
I will
Gabriel,
share my screen now.
yes, can you share your screen? You just share your screen, then I'm gonna share here.
Okay.
Awesome.
Now I share
Yeah.
my screen. It's working.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Awesome. So
And
the show is yours now, Gabriel. Thank you.
thank you, Rafael. And guys, today I will talk with you about NoSQL. It's a new specification in Jakarta to working with databases NoSQL, and I will introduce it to you in this universe. All right. And before everything, do you working with a NoSQL? I I think it's probably yes to make a POC or uh, figure out this universe in NoSQL, because NoSQL today is a very popular to working with big datas, right? Like you have a great volumes of datas in companies probably using NoSQL. One example the companies using NoSQL is Netflix to get informations about content do you like. And with this, we using NoSQL and we way the proposed NoSQL. Uh, the proposed NoSQL is a creating specification to how can say don't don't oh my gosh the word skip um don't create the difficulty to developer use it, because today it's a very difficult to we using NoSQL databases in the project, because we need configuration uh, the project to that base. One example I can say, oh, if you use the MongoDB, you need to create a specific configuration to that base. Like if you're using Redis, Razorcast, Cassandra, you need to use a specific configuration. And if you use NoSQL, you don't need to use specific configurations. It's a very, very similar Jakarta data, because you don't need realize a lot of configurations to use any database. Okay, and here we have four families, the principal families, and the NoSQL's work, right? And NoSQL gives support to document, key value, column, and graph, right? And this is a very, very amazing, because you don't need uh, create a lot of configurations to use this database, okay? And here we can see another good example way using NoSQL. Here we don't have a point. Here, to use it, ArangoDB, MongoDB, OrentDB, CountDB, you need put a specific configuration, right? And don't have a pattern to use in this project, using this database. And this is very, very boring, very, very annoying. If you make it, if you if you make oh my gosh, I forgot the word again. If you make MVP, because if you make MVP, you need changer a lot. You need to change the database to create. Like, oh, I started my project and I used MongoDB, but I have a trouble with MongoDB, and now I'm using ArangoDB or anyway. And you need to create these configurations, and it's very, very annoying to us. We need one thing more quickly, like Jakarta Data. Jakarta Data is very quickly to use. And here we have the best example, the way using the NoSQL. Here we can see a document used through all databases. Like, oh my gosh, here in streets it have a motorcycle. And then here we have four databases, and it is using a uh, single repository. And this is very, very cool because we create a pattern, we create a specification. And another example is very amazing, guys. It's a here. Remember, I told you the NoSQL is a very, very similar Jakarta data. And for declarations, your repositories, your entities is very, very similar. Here we have one entity, and here this entity we declare it with annotations, entity, like declaration with ID, column, and this is to all databases NoSQL, all database NoSQL. And this is very cool because we don't need learning a new configuration or new dependence. And this is very easily to change or use. And for giving more idea, today the MongoDB gives support to more 20 database. And here I get principal database like MongoDB, Cassandra, Scala, Redis, Hazelcast, Titan, Redis, and Codebase, any others database. And this is very, very cool. And guys, before I finish my talk, I will stop in my share and I will show for you. And Rafa, you here?
Yes,
Rafael?
I am. Yes.
Uh, Rafael, I will open the project here in there, and I will show to guys. Give me 1 second only, and I will show it's another example in JNoSQL. To guys get more idea, the JNoSQL is very easily to use it.
Yeah. Awesome. Looking forward to it.
Uh,
NoSQL
Share
is
my
great.
screen. Yes, and it's a great project, and I love working with this project because how can I say open my mind to another things.
Yeah, and I really like the concept
And
that you use one code for every database technology. So I think this is wow, and it's so simple, so simple.
yes, and guys, Rafael, you can share my screen again. Oh, perfect. Rafael is share my screen. It's beautiful. And guys, here I have examples about JNoSQL, and I will show more deep in the Hazelcast because the Hazelcast remember and issue database because it's a NoSQL database in memory. It's more easily to working now in the run the project. But here you can see the repository, and this repository it's a very similar in Spring data for not say it's equals because you need declarator repository here. And if you declare it is working, like you don't need learn anything to use this. And another point is entity. Remember, I told for you it's a entity. It's a equals Jakarta data. And look, you don't have troubles. You don't have difficulties to use it is because it's very very similar. And it's another thing. This is very amazing. It's here. You need to change all of the configurations in your project. It's similar Jakarta data because Jakarta data is we use the concept of Jakarta data in JNoSQL. And if you change the cheese configuration, you use it anywhere, any any NoSQL database, and I can show for you these configurations like Elasticsearch. We enter here in the resources, Elasticsearch. Look, like you don't have problem changing only this. You can use your project. It's don't have trouble. It's a very easily. And for get the best example, I will open here example the Hazelcast, so you see this working because it's very easily I say, oh, this it's amazing, like you can use things and another things, but I say it's very easy, but show for you it's another point. Here, sorry. Uh, Wait, it's not important. Height. Wait, I will reload the project here to verify. But I show for you. It's a very easy. Like we have the repository. You save the repository here. We use a defined by ID. Like don't have a great changes. It's NoSQL to Jakarta Data, and this is very cool. Like we have another example. Put user, get user, and this is very amazing. I verify here. We don't import. I will life cycle. I will install here. Wait a second, guys. We verify here. And Rafael, have doubles in the have questions in the chat?
Yeah, yeah. So in the meantime, can you answer the question from Jefferson? So this is the question from Jefferson.
Verify here ways is not compile the project. And they have a question you can told me and I try answer.
Yes, yes. There is a question from Jefferson. He's asking if it means that NoSQL is a layer before the databases. The code. He means that if the NoSQL code is a layer before the databases.
Layer.
Yeah. So he means so in his question he means that there is an abstraction of code before the databases.
Oh right. Yes. It's NoSQL. It's using any database only NoSQL. Like it's the habit is abstraction. Like you have a desire use any database NoSQL you can use it. Like you don't have a trouble to changes. It's it's not. Oh my gosh, how can you say it's a formula more easy to Jefferson? Oh, it's a.
No,
No, you can repeat.
can you say it again, Gabriel? I didn't understand you.
You can repeat or put
His
the
question?
question. Eh,
Oh, but you answered already. So basically, his question is if we can use the same code for many databases, and you
yes,
just
many
answered
database.
yes, yes. So great.
I don't know way not important is.
If it doesn't compile, you can just show the code, maybe. I know that we don't have much time, so
Oh,
if we have,
I will share this project. Uh, I get here in GitHub, um, NoSQL, and I share guys with this with oh my god, demo. Oh, I I sent to link it to Rafael, and Rafael shared this code with you because I don't remember now in my mind. But I make this lightning talk to talking about the NoSQL. It's very quickly. I hope you understand it about this universe, and you have a double. You can find me in my social medias, and I will share again only my social medias. Rafael. Uh, share my
yes.
screen.
So Vincent is also making a question. So he's asking if JNoSQL is one dependencies for all NoSQL databases.
No, no. You need import a specific dependence. Like if you use in MongoDB, JNoSQL have a dependence specific to MongoDB. Don't have how can I say the bullet silver to work in all database. Like if you use in the Postgres, you need put a dependency in the Postgres. In the same case, it's NoSQL. Like you need get a dependence this project to use. Like MongoDB, dependence MongoDB has a cast, dependence it has a cast, and another things.
Awesome.
Oh, I
Okay,
share
so
my screen with my social medias. And guys, if you have doubles about NoSQL, you can send message. And I'm making a series of lives about NoSQL, making contribution in Soul Java channel. Entry this channel and then participate in this live because I think you learn a lot with this project. And thanks,
awesome.
Rafael, to space.
Thank you so much, Gabriel, for the introduction to JNoSQL. And if you want to go deeper into the technology, follow Gabriel. He's doing lots of talks, and he's going to help you uh, to get in the JNoSQL project. Okay? So thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Gabriel. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay. So, like I said before, you still have the opportunity to schedule a career conversation with me. So, I'm sharing the link again with you. And we're going to have the talk from Ali. And Ali is going to share with you some useful developer tools. Okay. In the meantime, you can schedule the conversation with me. And you have the whole next week to schedule that. So it's a great opportunity for you to go to next level in your career. So I'm gonna leave the link here so that you can take this action to upgrade your career. Okay. So Ali, are you here with us?
Yes, yes, Mr. Rafa. How are
Awesome.
you?
Very good, very good. Nice to see you. I'm sure that
Nice
we're
to see you
gonna see
again.
very, very interesting technologies for developers,
Hopefully.
and I'm excited, looking forward to see your talk because you already
Great.
shared a very good tool with me, and probably you're gonna share with everyone again. And
Yes, brother. Indeed.
yeah, thank you so much for taking the step and taking the challenge, for giving the talk. And if you weren't here before, I introduced quickly Ali, but the other side. And but Ali is an experienced software engineer. He's specialized in Java, and he recently became a principal software engineer. So he has a lot to share. So let's hear him. So Ali, the show is yours, and let's get started.
Yes, how are you guys? Really happy to be with here. You guys, I think Mr. Rafael, I'm trying to share my screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just share your screen. That I'm gonna add
Yes,
your
I'm trying
screen
to
to the
share my screen, but I think it needs like, let me check whether it's, yeah. Yep. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, I'm sharing here. Yes.
All right. Yeah.
Awesome.
So, how are you guys? Really happy to be with you here. Let me quickly introduce myself. This is Maad bin Ali. I'm a principal software engineer working at Vision Bank in Saudi Arabia. Sorry, I missed the A. So this is my email. This is my LinkedIn profile. What we're gonna see today, hopefully, I was just wondering of some of the important tools that developer might need in order to advance or in order to develop his skills. And these tools are really very good and very crucial, very important. So the first tool that I come across, and it is really widely used, it is the Miro, where I am really representing now this talk about Miro. So Miro in a nutshell is about collaborative whiteboard. This is simple, collaborative whiteboard. So Miro is an online workspace for innovation that enables distributed teams of any size to collaborate, brainstorm, and work together to build the future. So we will see Miro in action. Uh, Miro is all about, collaborate, innovate, plan, brainstorm. How 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 does Miro help, exactly software engineers? We use Miro like on daily basis in terms of agile ceremonies, software development. How do we use agile exactly? See, in Miro, you have here very good templates. Okay, I'm just giving you a very simple and a very quickly uh, uh, example. If you just type agile here, you will end up so many very useful templates and very helpful templates. And out of the box, you can use this template, any template that you like. So we actually we use these templates heavily in our daily to daily work. How? Like, for example, if you have sprint planning, so you'll find the product owner or the scrum master opens a Miro dashboard and starts sketching or starts, putting some comments, and everybody on the team is collaboratively working together, put some comments, planning, and even we use the Miro for the sprint restaurants. For example, what are the lessons that we learned in this sprint? What the lessons we learned and what the lessons that we didn't like. So, for example, in the agile ceremonies, uh, like we use it for the sprint review, sprint retrospective, heavily what is working, what is not working, what are the lessons. So everything that we use it in a collaborative mode using Miro board. Secondly, I'm just giving examples quickly, guys, because I don't want to make much time. And imagine that you want to design a solution, or you design a database or an architectural system, something like this. So you are here fully equipped with the tools that will help you to design your database And once you design the database, you take the URL and send it to your friends, whether they work in the remotely, work everywhere, and you have their comments and they can collaborate together. I also, so even here, if you have so many good templates about database, if you just type database, you will have very large number like if you see here, this so many templates here out of the box, so many templates, so many support from Miro board, from Miro collaboration, that you are fully equipped with these templates. So again, back to the personal planning. I use Miro for my personal planning. For example, I jump here, I create my own plan. For example, this plan, I'm just sketching any mind map, or I want to design like a quick plan for my 3 months career, or any month. So you can here sketch anything, and you can use it for personal development. That's very good. So you can start, if you are not using Miro, you can start using Miro for personal use, then gradually try to introduce it to your team and collaborate together. Believe me, Miro is highly used in all the large scale companies, and uh, most of the C-level, for example, in my company, C-level is using Miro. So the architecture team is using Miro. The product team is using Miro. I think the whole organization is using Miro for collaborating and for sketching across the organization. And we use it for also documentation and knowledge sharing. We use it for presentation as this one. I'm using presentation. I don't need to use PowerPoint. We use it highly also for problem solving. So you can introduce your problem and start brainstorm and start giving some solutions in sticky notes, some diagrams. So step by step, you can collaborate this problem solving with your team, and everybody can collaborate and put his knowledge or his comments regarding this. So this is all about Miro in a nutshell. Believe me, this is a quick introduction about Miro. What you can do with Miro is wonders. You can do so many good stuff, and with the help of templates, you can absolutely start from a very robust and very fully equipped templates. So whatever you like, just go and search for this template, and you will find, for example, I searched for microservices. So I found here good templates about bounded context and quality map and triple D design. So you can use this template, you can collaborate on this template and try to sketch and try to use Miro, as we said, firstly in your personal use, because if it's not in your organization, you cannot bring it directly like this. So step by step, use it your own and try to ask your friends to adopt it. So the second tool, which is a very important and crucial for a software engineers, second tool is the Grammarly, plugin. The Grammarly plugin is an AI-powered digital writing assistant. So as a software engineers, we daily, write either comments, either collaborate on the README file, or we write blogs, technical blogs. We comment on the code. We reply to the interviews in the email, code review, collaboration, and communication. Like, for example, if you have tickets in Jira, sometimes we have to write response on this, and the cover letter, for example. We'll see some examples of this using live demo using Grammarly. How Grammarly will help you as a software engineer is will take, I mean, the Grammarly, I think the premium version, this will have the full feature, which is I highly recommend it. Very crucial, very crucial. For example, I prepared some examples like commenting your code. For example, I want to write a comment. This function checks for a user if the user is eligible. Sorry, for a discount, it takes in the user's age and returns a boolean. For example, I want to write this comment in the code. So what's the beauty in the Grammarly? It will firstly detect and check the code. This is all what we know, right? So here we have some maybe grammar errors, but Grammarly, maybe some of us don't know this, it will improve this one. How does it improve? If I click this and ask Grammarly to improve this sentence or this phrase, see, it will give me another sentence or another paragraph, which is with a better like wording. For example, if you want to choose Raphael, which one you will choose? The first one or the second one? Let me insert this. Let me uh, take this as a copy. And let me write, this is without Grammarly and this is with Grammarly. What do you think, Raphael? Which one you will choose?
Can you say the question again, Ali?
Yeah, I'm saying I'm trying to write a comment in my code. So I have this paragraph. I want to add it as a comment, and I have this paragraph. Which one do you think it is more powerful or more? I mean, more modern, or which is better? This paragraph or this paragraph, which is describing my comment?
I think you're not showing those paragraphs. I'm just
It's not.
seeing the post-its.
Oh, sorry, because it's sorry, maybe it's in the second page. I'm sorry. Oh, mm,
Yeah, we're not seeing the paragraphs.
yeah, sorry. I need to I need to share again. Stop sharing.
Yeah, Grammarly is amazing. I totally agree with that. I've been using Grammarly for many years already. They
Yeah,
help.
see here. What's the good part about Grammarly? Suppose that I'm writing a comment in my code. Okay,
Let
so
me see.
I wrote. Yeah, can you see now, right?
No,
You can't see. Okay.
no.
Sorry.
Oh no, yeah,
Sorry,
yes,
Raf.
yes. Now,
You can
yes,
see now.
yes.
Okay. Because I'm using Mac, and Mac is restricted with the with the with the permissions. So I'm trying to write a comment in my code using. I mean, this is my usual or my normal sentence that I want to give, and I'm asking Grammarly to give me a better suggestion. So I want to Grammarly to improve it. So Grammarly suggested this paragraph and suggested this paragraph. You have two options. So which one do you think which is suitable? Either this one and this one or this one, if you want to choose.
I like the Grammarly suggestion.
Yes. So what is also behind the scene Grammarly is you can go to this sentence, okay, and click more, and you can choose you want to make it short, or you want to make it friendly, or you want to make
Wow,
it sound casual, or you want to make it direct, or you want to make it formal. So for example, I
wow,
want to make it formal. See, this is too much formal in order to a certain eligibility for discounts, this particular function necessitates, and so on. So you have here many options, so many options that you can also improve it. You don't like this, you can improve it and rephrase it sometimes, which is very, very good. So let us go back to the second option, writing documentation, README. So I want to write something in the note in the README to install this package, run this pip install package to use it, import package and install. So let me ask Grammarly to improve this one. I think Grammarly will give me some good suggestions. Let's program this. Yes. So, yeah. Sorry. We need to restrict this one. Yes. Yeah. So which is, see, I'm going to write now a paragraph that is the README. So be careful in the README. It should be very descriptive and very, 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 very powerful. So install this package, simply run pipe install package. To utilize it, you just need to import the package and create Microsoft, which is very, very, very good and very, very descriptive. I think this is much better. And if you want to conduct a code review, so this is so many examples, Grammarly will help you. So in a short, even if you have a large example, or you want to improve this example, for example, you have this paragraph, or you have written a technical blog, so it will give you also nice suggestions for this. See, it has completely changed maybe so many stuff, but with better suggestions. Let us compare this quickly. See, the field of AI has been revolutionized by neural networks and so on. So why as a software engineer I care about Grammarly and choosing the best paragraph? It will firstly increase my communication skills. My other stakeholders will really like the way that I'm communicating. Believe me, you will grow your skills and grow in your organization very quickly, because you care about quality, you care about communication skills, and it is really, really very crucial stuff that you must put too much effort in. Because I've been to so many discussions. I'm trying to read some of the documentations. I'm trying to read some of the Jira tickets that I'm assigned, and really the paragraph that's written, maybe it's not straightforward. Maybe it has missing links, missing ideas. So this is a very, very nice tool that will increase our communication level. And you have something very nice here. See, if you go to Grammarly, can also give you some ideas for improvement and identify any gaps. This is called Grammarly AI. It can write a project progress status and so on. So many stuff here. This is different from the first one we have seen. This one is called AI text generation. For example, if I want to tell a story, for example, so you have tell a story about, for example, database, and click enter, it will tell you a story about database, but maybe you need to refine it and not straightforward approve it. So this is one of the great options in Grammarly. So if we use also Grammarly in terms of interviews, I experienced this myself. Sometimes I had like, let's, for example, that I have an interview, and the interview write me an email saying that you will be interviewing with so on with Mr. X. I want to have a good reply to this email, to this. So generally we say thank you for email, and looking forward to see this one. So let us ask Grammarly to give us a very good response for this. Thank you for arranging this interview. If you want to ask for an update, can you tell me what are the next steps? See, so let's ask Grammarly to do a much better job. For example, let's improve this one. See, thank you for arranging this interview. Could you please inform me about the next steps? Let me make it formal. Okay, let me make it sounds formal because I'm writing a formal email. Let us take this copy. This is a very good example that we always encounter. For example, I would like to express my gratitude for your efforts in organizing this interview. May I kindly inquire about the next course of action? I would really choose this paragraph. And if someone sends me this, I will feel very impressed by the way that he's communicating with me, and it will leave a very good impact, better than this 100 times. Do you agree with me, Rafael?
Definitely, yes.
Okay. Let me go back now to the other tools. Now my
A
screen is
question for
changed.
you, Wally,
Yes,
before
yes.
we continue. Are you using the paid or the free version of Grammarly? Because
No, I'm using here the paid one. I'm using
oh,
here
so
the
it's
paid
only
one.
the paid version that you get those features.
I think so. But you have free trial. You can use it. If you like it, you continue. If you don't like it, just leave it. But for me personally, it's worth acquiring this tool. For me, it will improve my English because I'm non-English speaker. It will improve my English. It will improve my communication skills. It will leave a great impact on my team, on my boss, to my organization. I experienced this highly good in terms of commenting on the Jira tickets because so many Jira tickets are assigned to you, so you need to write some comments. Okay, let's go back to the. I think even if you want to write a cover letter, or you write summary of your LinkedIn account, you take the summary and try to improve it. It will give you very good suggestions. So I think now I need to again stop the screen. I'm sorry. I need to share again the screen. Yep, this screen. Yes. So you can able to see the screen, Raf, right? Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, I'm sharing here. Yes.
Okay. So we have seen Grammarly in action, and we have seen some great examples, hopefully. So the other tools that any developer is interested in, which is GitLiner. This tool, I really recommend it if you want to research a topic very quickly. So there is good extension in Google Chrome called GitLiner. If you install this extension, and let me just try to again. I'm sorry, Raphael, because I need every time close the screen and open the screen. This is the problem with the Mac. Otherwise, I need to disconnect and connect again. Uh, okay. Which one? Which one? Yeah. For example, I am reading this article. Okay, this article about how I delete more than 100 lines of code using Spring Retry. For example, I'm not aware of this Spring Retry. I'm just, making this block and going here and asking for deep dive. If I ask for this deep dive, it will tell me what Spring Retry is. It's a feature provided by Spring Framework, and so many stuff. So this extension called Liner Chat, which is useful, very, very useful for me. I'm using it on my daily basis. Even though, for example, you are problem statement. What does this problem statement mean? There is another option called make it easy. It will give you a very short answer about this. Can you simplify the problem statement? Because I maybe didn't know this. So let me again do the give me yeah. Sometimes see see what does Spring Retry mean? It gives you in a very short answer make something happen again in Spring. So, for example, there is complex paragraph or there is complex word that you didn't know. Just make it easy for me. It will give you a very good explanation. It will explain it to you. So, this tool is a very very great tool for me, and I use it on my daily basis. The last tool that I would suggest is the I think the tool is the AI tool. I think Rafael is using this. The AI tool, this tool is called Powy.com, which is a group of AI tools. So this tool is like a platform for most of the AI, the Chat GPT, Cloud Instant, the Saga. You can research here the topics that you like. You'll find good answers here, maybe better answers here, maybe best here. So you can compare between all the AI modules, not only specific to ChatGPT. Sometimes I found good answers in Cloudy Plus. Sometimes Saga gives me better understanding. So I highly recommend you guys to go through this uh, Miro, Grammarly, the third one is the linear, this plugin, linear chat, and the fourth one, Powy.com. With this, Mr. Rafa, I'm concluding my talk about useful tools that I'm using them daily in my day-to-day routine. And I'm looking forward for any questions or any suggestions, anything guys you like. I'm ready for you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ali. Those are powerful tools, and you're right. I use the poll tool. I don't know exactly how to pronounce it, but it's very powerful because you have lots of AI tools there, and I use that on almost on my daily basis. And Miro is also great to plan what you're going to study, what are your plans. You can organize your ideas very easily with Miro. It's a very powerful tool. And Grammarly, the paid version, I didn't know it was that powerful that you could formulate a paragraph. That's awesome. So those tools, they are very, very powerful. I really like them. And the chat liner, it's useful when you are
Yes,
researching something. It's very useful
exactly.
because then
Yes,
you don't need to copy the thing, go to the
yes,
AI tool. You just do that right away, and that makes you more agile, you know. So that's awesome. Yeah,
yes, yes. Especially, yep.
those are amazing tools, Ali. Thank you so much. Do you want to leave a link with the audience that they can reach out to you some way?
Y- Yes, yes. I'll send it here. Actually, I have an email and I have my LinkedIn profile. But I think
LinkedIn.
there
LinkedIn
is
is
one
easier.
question. Yeah, I think there is one question. The free version is quite limited. Yes, the free version is is limited 3 answers a day, yes. But as I told you, try it. If you find it worth purchasing, go for it. For me, I really purchased the GitLiner, I purchased the Grammarly, I purchased the Powie because I find the quality in this, I find the big benefit for me. And it's a great investing this if you find it for you. If you don't want to invest, that's up to you. But for me and for all of us, the non-speakers, I would highly recommend investing on the Grammarly. I think the Grammarly is a very crucial change. And believe me, I experienced this with my higher managers when I send them replies in the email or in the Jira or anyone. They really astonished by this, the formalization of the sentence and the conclusion of the sentence. It's a really nice. Yeah, I think. Thank you so much. I think you put already the link here for me. Yes, thank you so much, guys. Really happy to see you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ali. Do you have any message to the audience?
I'm really firstly thankful for Mr. Rafa for giving us this opportunity. It is considered one of the really best chance for me to have you to be and participate with you guys. Um, really nice talk, very nice people that they came up and show here. We have to be in touch always together. If Raphael can do this like once a month or twice or once every 2 months, once every 3 months, at least we get in touch together. We shouldn't like be aware. I mean, we shouldn't be. I mean, leave gap between us. Everybody can participate. Everybody might experience something. Like for example, Miro. I experienced very good tool in Miro. Please, guys, use it. Create account. It's free. Try to uh, use it for your personal use. Believe me. In large organizations, as far as I know, it's number one tool. It's one number tool in the list. And moreover, I forgot to mention this. A friend of mine attended an interview with a very great company. The interview is about they gave him Miro board and asked them to sketch some of the best practices, some of the things that you have to do. The interview was about in the Miro board. So imagine this. How powerful tool is this? Even in the interview, they ask you to sketch something, to use something, to draw something. So believe me, as a software engineer, it's very crucial to develop these skills. Thank you so much, guys.
Amazing, guys. So I'm gonna share with you here the last time the opportunity for you to schedule this conversation with me. So instead of uh, having this investment of $260, you have it's just a symbolic investment because just $92 to have the career conversation with me. Depending on the country you are, there will be some taxes, but that's from the tool I'm using, which is Hotmart. But it shouldn't vary very a lot the the price of the career conversation. So you can schedule now this conversation and we can have this career conversation and talk about what's prevent you to go to the next level as software engineer. So do it now. And I'm gonna leave the link here anyway, and then you can schedule the conversation with me. So why this conversation is important? It's because I'm gonna help you to get clarity on your career, and I'm gonna help you also to learn. So what should you focus to go to the next level in your career? And we're going to be talking about you, about what's important for you in your career, because anyone has a different objective in their career. Your objective might be to work for a big company, or to go abroad, or to become a reference as a software engineer. So we can talk about those things and what are the steps you should take to get there. So that's the message then. So thank you so much for being here. Everyone, thanks Ali for your great talk, for taking the initiative and taking the challenge of giving the talk. And so to make it very easy to you, I'm gonna share the link here again. And yeah, I'm gonna show here. So that's the link for you to schedule the career conversation with me so that we can talk about your career challenges. And yeah, thank you, Pedro. Thank you, Vincent, Jefferson. Who else? Yeah, everyone. So thank you so much for being here. And don't miss out this opportunity to schedule a career conversation. Awesome.
Thank you so much, Rafa.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, guys. See you next time soon.
See you, everyone, then. Bye-bye.